second of our Tales of Ubersreik, where a certain Birdie gets an opportunity to not only see that city, but have the journey towards there. Because at the end of our last episode, we were all a little bit, oh, it's so hot. Oh yeah, things happen. Let's just stop.
So
yeah, because it was enormously hot in this room at the end. We did a temperature and we were nearing up to 30 degrees at one point. So that's for Scotland. That's a little bit like arriving in the middle of the Sahara. It wasn't cool. So we shall begin your tale on the river system. Now, let's quickly cover this for those of you that don't know your ins and outs of the Reich River system. They're making their way from Bergenhafen. Now, Bergenhafen is down in the south of the Reichland, and they're going to be going north up the River Bergen until eventually they arrive at the town of Gramdorf. Then from Gramdorf, they're going to be going up the River Blut, the River Blut, if you prefer. That's a tighter, less easily navigated piece of water, although it does widen out in many places. And eventually they'll arrive at Blutdorf and then head off in a different direction because the River Tame hits the River Blut there. They'll move up the Tame, past Tame itself, where the Trots come from. Worth mentioning them on the way by. And then all the way up towards the Vorbergland. That's the large swathe of fertile, sometimes scrubland, between the Grey Mountains and the Reichwald Forest. They will arrive at Siedlung and then enter into the canals, the Haberkrib canals in fact, and then head down the canals towards Ubersreik itself. It's quite a journey, will take quite a while, and it does indeed even have a toll or two. Through most of this, Birdie and Bluthilda, who was born on the River Blut, knows this particular set of waters very well, are pretty much responsible for the entirety of working the barge. It is a barge that's designed to have a minimum of 2, preferably 3, up to 5 crewing it at any one time. Because there is only really 2 with any real awareness of what they're doing, 1 with any really any awareness of what they're doing, it's meant that you and Bluthilda are working pretty much hard all day until the sun eventually reaches the point where it's going down. The anchor is dropped, guards are put up, probably someone who's not running the boat, like Elric or someone similar. As the pair of you go down, have yourself a good nap in the hold beneath, and then come back up in the morning and set off again. You have some issues, of course. One of them is that without any paperwork at all, and without any proof that you own this barge, you don't really want to be stopping anywhere, because it's quite likely, as Bluthilda puts it, I mean, we've got his lordship with us, which is good, because that means that at least they're not going to contest our word when we say we did salvage it in Bergenhafen waters.
True.
But given who he is, well, that might not go down so well in some places.
Could be very dangerous as well.
Yeah. So we don't want to be stopping really, but given they're allies with time, it might be safe to stop there because we're gonna have to take on food, water. You don't want to be drinking straight out of the water. Trust me, not without boiling it.
Birdie peers over and looks at it as it goes past. Yeah.
The Blot's not good. Neither is the time. Not until you get right up into the Vorbergland canals. It's a lot cleaner up there, but no, you don't want to be taking. It's infested with stuff. I mean, it's proper infested. When I was young, we'd fish, but we'd always gut the fish proper and check them just to make sure they weren't riddled. Yeah. And then we'd cook them. Maybe twice.
Thoroughly.
Yeah. Because you don't, I mean, half of us had worms at any one time.
Nice.
Yeah. And the river worms are bad. They don't just give you the runs, trust me. They don't just make you hungry either. And the Blot's the worst of them. It's really bad. Time's not so bad, but the Blot's the worst. So we don't want to be taking on water here.
So we need to stop. That seems reasonable.
She's a wealth of random facts about the riverways. Whether they're true or not, who can be certain? She's someone of lower class extraction, that much is certain. She does, however, know her barges very well. She explains the different parts, the lee boards, and exactly what they're for. Something that you'd already had explained to you by Joseph, which was nice. She says largely the same thing. She explains the two. It is good to know. She explains the two masts that are on this one: the main mast, the mizzen mast. She shows you what the winches are for. She shows you what the windlasses are for. She takes you around explaining what each one of the different boards are that are holding the main hold and the fore. And the difference between the different types of boards and why they've got numbers written down them to ensure that they're all placed in the correct order. If you place them in an incorrect order, they just don't fit. Because barges, even the best ones, move shifts. And they're not entirely, it's not like a building.
It's not properly square.
They're not flat and it's not properly square. So you find that the ones that are further up towards the bow are different sizes to the ones that are further back. They need to be numbered. It's less of an issue apparently for the forehold than it is for the main hold, apparently. Underneath it is largely bare, except for obviously the fact there's a lot of sacks of wool down there. But there's no cabins. There's no handy place for everyone to sleep. There's a few hammocks hanging up, but it doesn't make for the most comfortable, let's say, ride.
I've slept through worse.
Yeah, but you know, she says, If we get over to Kemperbad, just between you and me, we can get to Kemperbad. We could slap up a couple of false walls, slap in an hammock or two or something. You can get a cabin or two. That's passengers. That's paying passengers straight away.
Aye.
Or alternatively, we can get ourselves a couple of rooms down there as well. I mean, it's not too expensive. I mean, once we sold off this wool, assuming that we have no trouble in Kemperbad, we can turn this into quite a nice little... comfortable.
I like it.
She says.
I really like it.
Comfortable, at least. Maybe. I mean, this could be an home.
It could. It really could.
Tilda explains that she's had quite a lot of experience on the water. Navy girl, 2 years. I resigned from that. There were reasons, don't need to go into that. But yeah, I was on a great ship for a while, wolf ship, for about a year as well. And yeah, I was up and down the mast like no one's business. Can't really do that in this thing. I mean, we're going to have to go up at some point.
We could send Elemena whilst she likes climbing stuff.
Yeah, I asked her. She said she didn't like dead trees.
I'll talk to her.
Yeah, maybe.
Elves.
Be honest, I ain't never met one before. I've seen them, but I ain't met one.
This one's just weird, like the rest of them.
All right, if you say so.
Nice, but weird.
The journey along the Bergen and then hiking your way up the Blood is relatively easy. The waters here are busy-ish. You pass barges multiple times a day. The fact that you can completely skip out Altdorf if travelling from Nuln has ensured that people will go from Nuln up through the canal system, down past Tame, down the River Blut, up the River Bergen, and then through Karaberg down toward Marienburg, which is the centre of trade in the old world. And the fact that you can avoid Altdorf's taxes with these canal systems, which are all relatively new, as she explains. I've only been there for about 20, 30 years or so. Yeah, so, yeah, it gets a bit busy at points, and it does indeed get busier. Many of the barges had made their way down towards Bergenhafen to take advantage of the great trade fair that was expanding down there. Yeah. Meaning that they left about a day before you did. They were all ahead. They moved off in their various directions. But once you hit into the River Blut, there's a glut in the blood of barges making their way down. And at some point, you'll pass 7 or 8 or 9 of them almost in a tree, making their way, often within sight of each other, mutual protection. A few times you'll notice that some of them have the same heraldry, as various merchant houses are obviously taking several barges at once. In the time from Bergenhafen all the way up into the River Blut, you pass also about 7 or 8 ship swords. Something new to you. A ship sword. What is that? She points out that, she says, is a ship sword. That's helpful. It's a warship, but a small one.
Oh, right, okay.
A small warship with blue, or for the first one, blue uniformed. For the second one, red and blue uniformed. For the third one, white uniformed. River Wardens.
Ah.
Interestingly, you're beginning to note the difference. You can see that this one has the whole ship itself is built differently with a deep keel. You know that means it can handle sea, unlike this barge, which can't handle sea waters, but it does have its lee boards. The lee boards, if they drop down to either side, ensure that it doesn't get swept away without its lack of keel. It's wide and fat to carry as much stock as it possibly can. Cargo. They have a word. It's cargo. The ship swords, however, are proper ships and clinker built with overlapping planks that she points out. That comes from the Norse, that does. Clinker building. A little bit like the Reikacs. I come up from Marienburg. They're stock really fast barges, unlike these ones. These are a little bit more like keel barges, but our ones are proper rock barges. A proper, good right barge. We've come out well. She's constantly throwing random nonsense about barge, that ship, that ship. These ships are not very large. In fact, one of the ship swords you pass is smaller than your barge.
Right.
But it's a ship.
It's fast.
With a proper forecastle, an aft castle. The smallest one has a large mortar sticking out the back of it, and all of them have got banks of oars, which are either up or, in one case, down as it's making its way upriver, and the wind isn't quite with it. You found that the wind is your biggest enemy. She, however, is a very, very good sailor. And the rivers that you're making your way up are more than wide enough to allow yourself to tack your way along.
Cool.
You're quite concerned, though, with what's going to happen when you hit the canals. I mean, what if the wind isn't in your favour? How do you even make your way along? Do you need horses to pull you? Is that how it works? No. She says, no. The canals have been specifically designed that unless there's no wind and it's dead, which happens in summer, but it's really windy up by the Grey Mountains, and the wind always comes in only generally two directions, and they've all been laid out in such a fashion that whichever way you're going, you can always set your sails up right.
Clever.
Huh.
You'd have thought.
Yeah, quite. You wouldn't have. I mean, when you go through the locks, you still got to pole yourself through it at points, and it can be a bit tough. But they always have ponies up there if you need a bit of an hand. But getting down into the canals themselves won't be a problem. Trust me. I've been through the canals now about 50, 60 times. Wow, that's actually a lot.
That is. What a great teacher to have found. This is very handy.
Yeah, super. Excellent. It's about this time that Gerhardt sinks down below decks and pretty much doesn't come out again. The idea of going home does not seem to rest well upon his shoulders. Plus, he doesn't want to be seen. He gets quite contemplative.
Oh no. There's usually poetry after that.
It's lute playing.
Oh God.
It's lute playing. Quite a lot of lute playing.
Is it melancholic and emo?
It's exactly that.
Oh no.
And it's during one of those long, melancholic, emo moments that he comes to the decision that he doesn't want you coming with him when he makes his way up to see his father. He's terrified he'll be identified. He offers to you an initial, well, you could disguise yourself up and dye your hair and everything, and your response of yes doesn't settle well as he goes, and clearly he just wants to not be around or something. There's clearly something going on with him. He's moody, and whether it's something to do with parental stuff, you don't know. I mean,
nobles.
You're an orphan.
Just...
Well, what even is parental stuff?
Well, I mean, yeah,
the closest
human.
thing you've got to a parent is... Yeah, let's not think about that one too much.
No, humans, they're confusing at the best of times. And Gerhardt's very confusing. I mean, if you don't want me, you don't want me. But you've got to promise me you'll take someone who can watch you back.
he's already decided that Amenawith is the best option. That could be because Amenawith also wants to go up to Castle Newfoundland. He doesn't want to be seen with Leopold because Leopold and he have a known relationship. He doesn't want to be seen with you because you're so distinctive. The only reason he accepts Amenawith is because she is just so goddamn sneaky.
Yes, that's reasonable.
He has no real interest in going where.
I just hope we don't get into hand-to-hand because she's useless. Bless her.
She's pretty good at shot at distance.
Yeah. As long as she can perch, she'll be fine.
And it's just as those decisions have been made that you realise that possibly there's a different reason for his melancholic nature. Because the barge is making its way up the River Tame, and up ahead is the city of Tame itself. You know he doesn't like the Trolls.
Oh,
His family has got some form of allegiance with the Trolls, and he doesn't like it.
Yeah.
And perhaps it's the fact that you're coming up to Tame that's causing the issue. Possibly it's because Blothilda needs a stop because we're running out of food. And Tame is by far the safest place because it's allied to his family, which means if anyone locally should say, wait a minute, are you somehow spotting him, it's not going to be a negative. If anything, it might be a positive.
Yeah.
It's a begrudging situation from him. As we pull into Tame. Tame is quite unlike any of the other Reichland cities, towns, or villages that you've passed or seen so far. It's grimmer, darker, and mostly made of stone. So you're quite used to seeing the timber, the lathe, the plastered walls. They're often dirty and grimy, layer upon layer of old buildings for many of the older towns and cities. But here, it's mostly made of stone, high stone walls all around it also.
How does it compare to Middenheim?
That it reminds you to a degree of parts of Middenheim. Much of Middenheim is also made of stone. And there's a certain almost comforting nature because of that.
Sturdy.
But it is quite a lowland town. Off in the distance, several miles outside, the rise of the Tannenschloss can be seen. And it is a tall, grim tower.
I wonder if the Trots turned out the way they did.
Interestingly, the place is well patrolled. Very well patrolled. Black uniforms everywhere. Broken teeth men, eye patches, a few peg legs. These are clearly ex-soldiers, veterans who have lost something to the wars that they've been on in the past and have been put to use in the ports. They still have their abilities and their skills, but they're not going to be so good in the front line. Most of these men are in their late 20s to 30s, a few of them that you spot in their 40s. Interestingly, mostly men. Whether that says something about how he employs his soldiers or not, you're not entirely sure. What is also interesting is that they're not carrying at all any heraldic devices. These are not state soldiers. He employs mercenaries to protect his port, which is interesting in and of itself.
Yeah. I suppose it guarantees their loyalty because of this.
Possibly. You're not entirely sure what the situation is, but that much is clear. You do notice in your small time in Tame some state soldiers, 4 or 5 of them, keeping their way at a distance, and interestingly, pretty fat, out of shape.
Not seeing a lot of action.
Almost the exact opposite of those who are actually doing the business. Blothilda is challenged as she comes in. Pipers! And she says, yeah, we're going to Kimperbad. Says, we are claiming salvage rights to this vessel. It was picked up in Bogenhafen waters. We have the papers of the previous owners, who are all dead. And we will put our case forward when we arrive in Kimperbad. What do we do with this? The other one says, more be lying. Might not be.
Can I assist her using my charms and attractiveness?
As you pop over and smile. Looks up. who's this? She says, my business partner. She says, we're taking it over. Another one says, we're going to have to call Sergeant. Yeah. You can tie up. Right, yeah.
Is that good or bad? Birdie says as an aside after they are out of earshot.
Could be either. Says, we might need a couple of fellas on deck, but I'd rather we didn't. Time is, I've been in time a few times. It's a bit rough. But it's got a certain blunt ability.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Birdie has no idea what that means, but
the simple folk, you know, they're blunt. If they want something from me, they'll probably tell you.
That would make a nice change.
Yeah, says. I mean, at the moment, we got a bit of a problem because they're on a war footing as far as we can tell, so they might try. I mean, they might even just try and buy us, give us papers if we're lucky. Turns out not to be the case. Sergeant comes up. What do we have here? Looks up. So these are the two ladies that take them for salvage. Kimberbud's a free city. Says we don't want to fuck it up. Other one says, but you know, we could requisition it. Right in front of you. She goes, here we go. No, they're going over Kimberbud. No. Let's keep the requisitions nice and legal. Who's to say it came from Bergenhafen? Says. Well, that's a fair point. You got any proof you came from Bergenhafen?
I've got a mug.
Pull it out.
From the Schaffenfest.
It's actually a good point. Yeah, flip through. You sure? Yeah.
Cool.
I don't want to be causing any problems. Not because of coming down. No. Let them pay fees. No trading. Yeah, we understand. Says, and I don't want to see you trying to employ anyone here. You ain't got no rights. All right? Yeah, all right. But we'd like to take on provisions. Someone says, is that all right? Yeah. They're going to be bringing in trade, spending money, sure. But no trading though. You can buy, but no trading. So we could buy stock. No, buy for yourselves. Provisions, subsistence level shit. You know. Go on, fuck off. Goes off. The other one goes. Well, you can come out. Go on. Everyone else, to ensure that they're not spotted, largely stays sequestered away. And it's a day inside team with Bloodhilda. Let's just sum this up with the general tone. They like their dogs here. At least a quarter of the mercenary troops, as you move past the docklands into the main town itself, are big leashes, tall dogs, ranging from 4 foot up to almost 6 foot in height. Almost horses.
Amazing.
Huge dogs, massive
Poor meat
war
pie's
mastiffs.
Gonna get a complex.
Tiny little doggy, huge mastiff.
Yeah.
One of them's pretty much almost looking you in the face as it makes its way by.
Awesome.
It's enormous. That would easily kill a man. They, however, are almost unimpressive beside what you see when you're sitting down in a cafe, drinking a cup of calf, having a nice cake, of all things.
Well, we've never had cake before. This is brill.
It's topped with a little bit of sponge sugar. Team has got a better quality of provisioner than anyone would expect from its rather blunt, gruff, stony demeanour. She's come here on purpose. It's quite literally my favourite place to stop along the Reich. It's just the best. She says, it's run by this fella who used to trade across the ocean. I don't think he's here, which is a shame. I love his stories. He had a right to trade over to the land of the elves from Marienburg and back, and he used to trade backwards and forwards there. And he still got a couple of the links, so he gets imports down here of pure elven sugar, which is what makes this stuff all sweet. It goes all gloopy. It ain't like anything else you get anywhere else. And because of some deal he's got, he gets it imported for free. They come in once every while. I don't know how long. You'd have to ask. I hope he's here. Turns out he doesn't arrive at any particular point. So he makes these. Crunch. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, you've had pretty heavy cakes in your time. Once or twice here or there. I'm not saying that you've ever posed as a noble.
No. Why would I do that?
But during one of those parts, you had a rather impressive gâteau or three. But this spun little fancy. Oh, you're beginning to understand why nobles like their noble shed.
Yeah.
Except here, it's just served to the common peasantry.
Nice.
The place is bustling, full, and for all the soldiers look like the grimmest motherfuckers you've ever seen. They just do not look like good people. They seem to be respected here. Everyone nods at them as they go by. And some of them look like they would really not make good friends. They perhaps are good at keeping the peace. Soldiers is the wrong word. Mercenaries. And it appears to be that most of the mercenaries that are employed that you see are probably ex-frontline mercenaries. They're all carrying some sort of wound. Some sort of, you might not be best over there. It's almost like they've been put to pasture.
Repurposed.
Yeah. And if that frustrates, it doesn't show. And then possibly, Bloodhilda mentions, I think actually, from what I heard of him, that he's been paid to come here. He was originally down in Marienburg, and Lord Trott, who was, he just finished one of his Nordland campaigns.
Right.
This is one of the rebellions up in Nordland had gone down, and he had one of his regiments, the Elf Killers. Yeah, they're blunt. But they come from Marienburg, picked him up and brought him here. And, you know, first time I've been here and I had to think about it. There's quite a few things like this. In fact, I'll show you.
All right.
And takes you over to a tailor. It's not really a tailor. It calls itself a tailor on the outside. She can't read it. You can. It just literally says tailor and nothing else. But it's a tailor come dressmaker come clothes maker and also haberdasher. And on the inside, there's several weaving machines clacking away.
Right.
And it has a staff of at least 40.
Wow.
And there's just this churn out of clothes. But what particularly fascinates you isn't that. It's the prices. Cheap. They won't sell to you. And it's fascinating. She says, well, won't you? She clearly knows the answer. She says, locals only.
So basically the Trotts are making this a very desirable place to live and visit.
So all their soldiers, their mercenaries, stay happy. Presumably.
Yeah.
She's like, yeah, maybe. It's just one of several. I mean, time is a great. I mean, it's a great place to visit. Yeah. I mean, if you want kites. Well, we best go to the butcher's. Get yourself some meat on. Get yourself some chickens.
Yeah. At least we don't have any rats on
Flesh
the barge.
market might be better, actually. Let's get some chickens on board. Maybe some goats, some sheep. He says they'll be pretty cheap. And your hold fills up with a variety of small animals. Some of which will be slaughtered on your way to Ubersreik. Some of which will be milked. Some of which will be just producing eggs. The ship itself doesn't have any proper galley, a place to do your cooking, so it's pretty much all done on top of the deck. But it changes the nature of the foodstuffs that you have at hand.
Variety.
Lovely. The journey from Tame past the Tamenschloss, which is a formidable looking place, takes you by the second thing that made you realise the dogs aren't perhaps as impressive as you first thought. Demogryphs. Demogryphs are big, as it turns out. Some of them are being ridden by black armoured knights.
What was it we came across in the forest? Was that demogryphs?
Which time?
We were hunting them down. Or...
That was a griffin.
Right.
Yeah.
Just...
So
nature defeats Birdie. She's
indeed.
If it's not rats, she doesn't
These
know.
are large loping cats.
Right.
With long feathered tails and great beaked heads. Prowling through. Oh no, that's not cat feet. As you see, they've got huge talons in the front for raking. Some of them are covered in armour. Black armour.
Wow.
As they're bounding. They're not trotting. They're bounding up. And one of them bounds right up onto a precipice. To scout out for the next set that bound right past. 12 of them. Bounce. That's enough to draw almost everyone bar Gerhardt up onto deck.
We're just sort of...
They come in a variety of different tones. One of them is entirely black. That one there has got a tawny look to it. Different breeds, apparently. As, wow.
Awesome.
Bloodhilda is very much. Bloody hell.
Nice.
It's quite the sight. And again, mercenary armour. These aren't soldiers. Does make you wonder why so many mercenaries? How does that even work? You just don't know. You don't really understand the state army system.
Maybe they're here because the army is elsewhere.
Perhaps.
Causing trouble.
Past Tame, through the forests, into Seedlung, into the long queues to get into the Habercrib canals. It takes over half a day to get into it. Busy. Plus a lot of barges have been making their way from Bergenhafen back into the system, and you catch up with them. Meaning that you have a bit of a delay. Seedlung is a very tight town in terms of enforcing the law.
In the downtime, while we're waiting in the queuing, because there's probably not going to be as much to do, Birdie will use the hair dye she picked up at the Schaffenfest and dye it.
Blacking herself off.
Yeah, it's going to be a sort of a dark, boring brown
You'll need
colour.
help. I imagine Alan Wife will help.
Yes.
And I imagine Bloodhilda will also.
A new male picture.
Almost certainly. And eventually you come out with long brown hair. Next day, it's gone.
It's gone back to white.
Yep. You wake up with dye all over your cheeks. Looking pretty muddy and messy.
Great.
But your hair apparently refuses it.
I hate being dirty. This is terrible.
Scrubbing of the face. It's like you've got fake tan on. But patchy.
That's not good. There's a lot of scrubbing goes on.
A little bit piebald and now a little bit pink.
Okay. So plan B, gather it all up in a snood. So it's all up in a bag with the hat, just to cover it.
That'll be something that will interest Elric in particular. Almenaway probably also.
I sit while I poke at it and discuss it over the top of my head.
Seems that the main canals, the Habercrib's canal, is designed unlike the canal system that you move through by Weisbrook. It is designed for barges to pass each other. Once you're in it, you make very good speed. All the barges are meant to go at a consistent speed. They don't. They're meant to. She mentions it. Well, we're all meant to go up, but they don't. You meant it's just not. But yeah. And you pass by through the course of an hour about 20 barges making their way in the other direction. There's a barge in front of you consistently, another barge behind you consistently. The canal system itself is well patrolled. And the wind here in the Vorbergland is consistent and strong. You can see why they chose it. It's a windy place.
Mhm.
But eventually, you start moving deeper and deeper into the earth as it starts carving in. And then a huge lock system up ahead. And the lock system is quite unlike the ones that you saw when you were making your way down the Weisbrook. A very classic lock and weir system, with one draining out, the other one dropping down,
Slowly
slowly moving in, stepping your way up. This is an engineering marvel. An enormous wheel lock where you float in and two barges, one on either side, are just lifted up. And then they go into a large, almost raised canal that drifts off up there. And it's fast. And it swirls round and it swirls round. Engineering school did that.
It's amazing.
Quite literally a marvel. And it's fast.
I get Gerhardt because he'll enjoy that.
He's not coming out.
He's missing out on all the fun.
He cares nothing for this. He's seen it before. There are a group of about 40 dwarves with placards. None of this business.
Bless him.
Looking very unimpressed with this wheel lock that's moving around. Down with this. None of this business. They're not exactly the most, let's say, original of placards.
It's
Many
not
of them
magical,
are written in a
though.
language you don't know. Leopold can't read it, sadly, because he's blind. He can read Kalizid, but can't read it here. Down with this.
It's not magical, though, is it? It's
Nope.
just engineering.
It's just engineering.
They just don't like clever engineering?
Apparently.
Oh, because it's not dwarven designed.
Possibly.
Interesting.
But you see them, they're not shouting, they're not caterwauling, they're just sitting there, making it clear that they protest.
She's making a mental note that if she ever crosses Dara's path again, to ask her why they have a problem with it.
Many frowning, every single last one of them male dwarves. They've got a small camp not far away.
You'd like to think they had better things to do with their time.
Apparently not. Some of them are cooking sausages at the back. Eventually you're in the top part, and it runs for a good half mile until it eventually flattens into a higher part of land and carries on. You pass through one more enormous wheel lock before eventually arriving at a very different type of water. You go from the nice clean waters into a more traditional lock system into almost blood red water.
Is this the Blut?
Nope, you passed the Blut long ago.
What's with the naming conventions in this
Quite.
place?
No, this is the Teufel. She points down. See the smoke in the distance? It's Ubersreik.
Why is it this colour?
Something up in the mountains. It's always been this colour. It flows right through Ubersreik like this, it does.
Weird.
Goes right down into the bottom, right, yeah? Into the grunt, maybe? And then hits the sand, and all the sand that's in it, it's horrible. Down by the Reich, by Reichsguard Castle. That's where the Emperor's family, I suppose, could live or something. I don't know. It's a big castle, very impressive. But the sands there are bad. Leopold's Folly, that's what it's called. Emperor Leopold tried to dredge it and fix it, completely failed. It is a bad bit of water. I hope we don't need to go past it because I don't like it. We best get an offer if we do. You know what an offer is?
No, new to all of this.
All right, offer. Right, an offer. An offer is like a pilot. You know what a pilot is? Right.
Birdie practically has a notebook and just furiously scribbling every time she says something.
An offer is someone who's an expert at a particular stretch of water, and you pay them to guide you through it,
right.
like a pilot. You get pilots that take people, like big ships, into port. An offer is like the river band equivalent, and they take you through the dangerous bits of water because they know them. You get all sorts of offer signs and such like. They know what's what in the particular bit of water, and I'm not saying that some of them purposely put up signs that are not true. So those who don't pay them might end up, stuck. And then they're like, well, there you go. Someone's going to come along for salvage in no time at all, if you're going through Leopold's Folly, you pay for an offer.
Noted.
Yeah. There's a few bits of water what are bad. That's one of the badder bits. Any of the marshes are difficult because you might think, oh, the water looks clear, but what if there's things in the water? Trolls. Yeah.
Trolls.
If you don't know where they are, and they do, you're like, oh, well, this looks safe. Out you go, and your boat just goes down. As they pull you under and eat your guts.
Birdie is fascinated by this whole idea. She loves the idea of trolls. Tell me more.
No, you don't. No, well, when we were on the ships, you'd often see, they're often the Riker flats. Oh, yeah, they're like 12, 15 foot.
Wow.
Yeah, once when we were making our way just by the Riker flats, so we're just down from the main prison. Well, it's not really a prison, but it's a big prison on the outside. Yeah. We were skirting along in our wolf ship. There were 3 trolls facing off against about maybe 15, 16 state soldiers. And as we passed by, one of them just rolled back and went, bleh, and it just vomited bones and acid and everything all over one of them and just melted him.
God.
Melted him right in front of us. Well, I say in front of us, we were quite some distance away on our ship. Well, like down there, we were all like, oh! Because it was horrible. Yeah, it was proper horrible.
So, offers are good. That much I've got.
Yeah, offers, if you go through the Riker flats, if you're going anywhere that ain't in the main right, yeah, you want yourself an offer.
Noted.
Eventually, and you can't see this because you can't see our nice little map, eventually they come in to Ubersreik itself. The last section of the canal carries the bloody waters. They've all mixed in. And you have one final lock between these bloody red waters from the Teufel River into the main city itself. You go downriver for about a mile before arriving at the bay. Whoa. So, Altdorf's city walls were impressive. The big white walls of Altdorf. Middenheim is a city unlike any other. Atop a great pinnacle with the walls rising up to either side. This is different because this is almost like an island surrounded by open fields and plain. And it's proper impressive. Not just because the walls themselves are so huge and look so solid, but on the inside you can see what appears to be another enormous castle rising up, and another, and another. A tall tower, an enormous tower, raising up on the north side of the bank. North side is more like the north sidey side. Regardless, rising up there. Walls all over the place.
Very defensible then.
Even the main route in has a wall across the river. The entirety of the Teufel from side to side has a wall over it and great arches. Most of which are down. Great chains you can see hanging in many places which they can raise. And a massive portcullis which will just slam down if necessary. This place is enormously defensible. This is the place that apparently was somehow taken by the Emperor.
I was going to say.
At the beginning of the year.
How?
This is the place that they apparently just marched into and took the Emperor's forces.
Well, I suppose nobody was expecting them to do it.
No, that's true.
Very difficult to get them out. Interesting.
The barge slides in under the gates. Before you, an enormous bridge. Clearly dwarven built. You've begun to recognize some of the basic architectural differences. The walls here are probably dwarven built, and this bridge definitely is. It'd be fair to say that this bridge is genuinely impressive. It's blocky, it's straight, it's blocky, and it's huge. It dominates the center of the city. It's so big. Down either side of the banks of the Teufel are many jetties, many barges, a rising of a city over towards your right-hand side, rising of the city, rising of a hill, pardon me, and you can see not just castles, but palaces atop it.
How many palaces does one family need?
Quite.
No wonder girl.
Palaces. But that, they almost pale into insignificance to what's on your left. A huge castle. It's enormous. I mean, you could easily fit thousands in there. The tower itself, the main towers, are just, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's loads of them. And in the centre, over towards your left-hand side, another really tall tower with what looks like an enormous horn curling out of it at the top.
Does everybody live in towers and palaces here?
Ubersreik is really different to Bergenhafen. Bergenhafen was what you'd expect to be an almost classic mercantile city. This is a fortress. A proper fortress. And is quite unlike anything you've seen. What's interesting, though, is that this ship is making its way, barge. Let's give it the correct term. Ship, boat, barge. The barge is making its way down towards... Oh, no, we can stop. I've got a friend. We're going there. Don't worry. Just keep going ahead. I'll get her there. And makes its way underneath the bridge. What's interesting is that here, there are a lot of different peoples. A little more like Altdorf in that regard. Bergenhafen was a nice mixture as well because the festival was on. But here, predominantly Altdorf uniformed men and women.
Which would make
Soldiers.
sense. Yeah.
Flags. The skull. Cold skull of Altdorf. Yeah, another KF, Karl Franz. KF1, KFI, Karl Franz for everywhere. No sign of, for example, the Jungfrau heraldry.
Subtle.
Every once in a while, you see a small patrol. You wouldn't exactly call them soldiers. You'd think they're probably watchmen, wearing yellow and blue. You presume this is local colours. They are drowned out by the significantly far more, let's say, populous Altdorf soldiers. In the time that you're passing your way down to the jetty where she intends to land, you must have spotted yourself a good 400 or 500 of them.
I can see why Gerhardt's keeping a low profile.
Yeah. Off towards your right, as you're making your way in, you can't help but see the occasional rise of a almost octagonal squat set of towers. Clearly a lot of dwarves over there. And that's way before you hit the big hill towards your side. As you make your way down, you also note that there's walls within the walls. You're on the inside, and entire sections of the city are walled off inside.
Wow.
It's a proper fortress. And as you move in, that big castle becomes another walled off section with a big tower rising out of it with its horn. And buildings. So many buildings. This place probably has an enormous population. You don't know how big, but it feels like a proper city. Whew. Didn't expect that. I mean, this is where, apparently, Gerhardt comes from. It's where Leopold comes from.
Explains a lot.
It's a fortress. An actual fortress.
I can see why Gerhardt liked Altdorf.
Mm.
More open.
Much more.
More chill vibe.
Islands, different parts of the city.
Yeah.
Not loads and loads of fortresses, followed by more fortresses. It makes you wonder what New Falyung must be like. Because that's where Gerhardt's father apparently is just now. And that apparently is much more fortified than this. You find that hard to believe. Leopold explains that the big castle there is Blackrock Castle. You can see why it's called that. It's mostly black.
Is it on a rock?
It's made of rock. The walls are at least in places 40 to 50 foot tall around it. They're huge. Proper huge. This city is quite unlike anything you've ever seen. Love it. Sightseeing.
Somewhere new? Can't wait to tell Rickard about it.
Eventually, the barge goes in, you help tie it up. She goes off and she has a chat with someone that she hugs, someone else that she hugs. She comes back and says, well, that's us all right. Says, we're staying here until apparently everyone comes back, so that's that. She says, I'm going to be going off and seeing some friends.
Okay. Birdie looks around.
It's late evening.
Yeah, just me and you, meat pie.
You mean, by this point, will already have vanished.
inevitably.
Gerhardt and Alamanawite decide to leave the next day.
Mhm.
Leopold will do whatever it is that Leopold does. We'll find out in another one of the streams. Yes, quite.
To be determined.
Yes, quite. Elric will probably be out the next day as well.
Mhm.
Question is, what is Birdie going to do now that she is in the fine city of Ubersreik?
Birdie finds herself in a very unusual situation. For the first time ever, she's not being watched or monitored. She left a mark in Bergenhafen.
Yes, she did.
And then got out of Dodge.
Yes, she
so,
did.
as far as her
So let's cover that to make sure it's clear. She left a mark in Bergenhafen, which means the next day that she's meant to sit there and wait for some, let's say, scout, some contact to be made by her, let's call them Skaven masters.
Even though
but she
no
wasn't there. And if they tried to contact her, that means she has failed the contact, which means under normal circumstances, only one thing has occurred, maybe two. She's dead, or she can't come because she's under threat of death, but she should be there. The fact that she isn't, and all the shit hit the fan, and people have vanished. If the Skaven look into it, there was a big event, you know that they're going to be very, very busy with whatever was going down with that. Yeah, they've no way of tracking you. They're not going to know where you are.
First
the first time you've been free in your life.
Ever. And Birdie has no idea what to do with that. She has never been in a position where she could do anything. It totally weirds her out. She spends the evening on the barge just kind of thinking this over and thinking, whilst this is very dangerous for Gerhardt, and actually, this is quite good.
So I trust that means she's not going to be heading towards the High Temple of Sigmar here and putting a mark to identify the fact that she's here.
Not just yet.
And
no.
to be clear, that means she is defying her Skaven masters. It's what she's supposed to do.
Horror.
But if you watched her last Tales, you might understand why she might not want to be involved with them. So, what's your plan, Skaven slave girl?
Well, yeah, what do you do when you're in a city?
Yeah.
With stuff to do. There's only one thing that Birdie has that is uniquely hers, and that's her connection to the Ulrican way of life. The only thing she actually owns is that little book of Ulric.
Yep.
So she'll probably go to the High Temple of Ulric because it's the only thing she knows, and at least it's a familiar starting point.
The next day, Blathilda is on the barge, working on the ropes, getting everything ready, and coming to a decision as to whether she wants to re-rig parts of it, given that you may be here for some time. She intends to have dinner out with her friends, but for most of the morning she's going to be here. And it gives you an opportunity to ask, is there a temple of Ulric? Yeah, she says, there is. It ain't the easiest to get to.
Oh,
I mean, it's not too odd.
Me and cities.
Right. Go down to the bridge. It says, you turn right. And you make your way up towards the walls. Go through the big gates there. There might be a queue. There probably won't be. And that'll take you into, well, I mean, what do I call it? Let's call it a military area. Yeah? And there is a Temple of Ulric just in there. If you ask anyone, they'll show you to it. You won't better miss it. Looks like a castle.
Everything looks like a castle here.
Yeah, it looks like a grey castle rather than a black one.
Oh, alright, that works.
She says, that'll help, yeah?
Yeah. Is there a toll or anything?
There might be, I don't know. Not going through any of the gates. There might be. You'll find out when you get there.
Okay.
Maybe. It'll probably be run by, I don't know. I mean, you'd have, I don't know.
I'll find out.
A couple of pence down, and you've got yourself a rather nice pie.
I'm hanging on to this.
Hanging out of it. It's pie
Pretty good.
sold to you by a halfling on the street.
Yeah, last time I did that, I got...
Soldiers passing by. Crump, 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 crump. Knights. Wow, knights. Silvery knights. Decked in blue and red. Big skull symbols on their shields, which are lashed to their sides.
Subtle.
Yup. You're not sure what sort of knights they are because you don't know your knightly orders, but they're definitely knights.
I've got law heraldry.
I'll give you a roll on that then.
Perhaps
Skeeve in school has taught you some things that are unexpected.
No, it really didn't.
No idea.
It really didn't cover that on the curriculum.
They're not really interested, were they? As you make your way up towards the main open gate, and it appears that people are flowing through this easily into the internal walls of what is quite clearly a militarized area. You can see the soaring tower that you saw earlier when you were coming into the city rising above you with the horn curled around it at the top. Over to your right is Blackrock Castle, which is equally enormous. But as you note, coming up to it, it's not just a single castle, it's multiple castles inside an entirely walled off area. How long did this place take to build?
Yeah.
On the inside of here, it's barracks upon housing stacked up, multiple levels.
Military area.
Yeah.
Check.
And it will take a single gossip test to find yourself what you're looking for.
No, one failure.
So you end up
I get
wandering around
lost
for a while.
You know I do.
It's hilarious because as she enters, it's literally just over there. But she heads off in that direction.
I get lost in every city we go to.
Around. She goes from corner to corner trying to figure out exactly where it is. It takes almost 3 hours until eventually she arrives back to almost where she began. And in front of her is the Temple of Ubersreik. Square with a single wolf. More a miniature fortress, a castle, than what most would perceive as a temple, but that's not unsurprising. On the inside of it, you can see the central temple area, which is circular, around a square blocked outside, which is completely defensible. The gates are open, as is often the case with the temples of Ubersreik, but this time, not as open as normal. About this much. So the gate's sort of shut, actually, but still open.
Okay.
Altdorf soldiers marching by. There is a single white wolf sitting with his arms folded atop the wall above the gate. As the Altdorf soldiers walk by, he spits. Looks down. He's a man who's probably in his, you'd guess, 50s? Maybe? Not very good with ages. You're guessing 50s. He's got a beard down to about so. It's beginning to go grey. As what, you saunter up?
Yeah.
Looks down at you. And goes, what are you looking for?
Temple of Ubersreik?
Found it.
Great. Okay, if I come in.
Looks at you. Your accent, you know then.
Midnight.
Ah.
Aye.
Says, Game Father will like that. Looks at you.
This is not unusual.
Not unusual to be looked weird at by Alrican.
Yeah.
You know then.
Cheers.
The internal is, again, relatively classic for an Alrican temple. The internal walls are bedecked with a host of small workshops, smithies. There's a large barracks down that side. Over on this side, a large stables. The stables you can see from here are mostly empty. There's about 8 horses. There's several training squares pegged out. These are dusty and dry, unlike the cobblestones that make up most of the rest of the internal square. One of them has got 2 knights wrestling. Both of them look like they're in their late 40s. very few, in fact. You passed by several temples of Ulrich when you made your way down from Middenheim, and often you would find like 50, 60, 70. A mixture of initiates, priests, knights, all wrestling, trying things out. You know, the cult of Ulrich establishes its pecking order through dominance. The stronger you are, the more people you've taken down, the higher you tend to be.
I can respect that.
And yeah, and the even the cult itself works to a degree like that. The priests themselves have a pecking order which is determined often by who they've beaten up. There is, however, also, as you know, a great level of respect with the cult of Ulrich. There reaches a point where some of them will inevitably no longer win anymore. And if they have respect, no one challenges them. So they maintain their position.
They've earned it.
Yeah, quite. Until some cocky person comes along, tries to beat them down, so others step in to stop that from happening. Can you beat your way up to? And some do.
Yeah.
And it's not uncommon for some positions to be retaken by burly young folk. Like all temples of Ulrich, this one is dominated, and by dominated I mean entirely populated, by men.
No surprise there.
On the inside, there's two black-clad fathers making their way around. One of them is perhaps denying the standard example of what a priest of Ulrich might be doing, dusting with a feather duster.
Bless him.
Up like so. As he's
Somebody's got to do it.
It's got to be done. As he's dusting down the edge of one of the statues, looking up. The other father is by the fire in the centre, picking up some logs, dropping it in, looking up at Ulrich. In the centre, there's a statue that is clearly supposed to be Ulrich himself. It stands tall, a big long beard, and in his arms, which are held down side by side, is a huge axe. You know that that's bloody Blitzbeil, the great axe that Ulrich wore, a holy weapon and a god-killing weapon, so they said.
Nice.
Yeah, bloody Blitzbeil.
I want one.
The great axe that he was said to have taken against the dark gods themselves when he went north into the snows. A single wolf sits beside him, looking up. As you walk in, your much smaller representative. Much smaller representative. Meat pie looks up at you.
Equally fierce. She says, rubbing the teeth marks that are still in her
That's
wrist.
enough for the one that's putting the logs in to look up and say, "You all right? You looking for anything?"
This place.
Yeah?
Long way from home. Needed something familiar.
All right. Says, "Well, do whatever you want to do."
So, in this place, she'll let her hair loose. Because that's what combs it out, because it's in braids. It'll be crinkly.
Bloody hell. You're from Midnight.
Whatever gave that away. Aye.
Your accent? Yeah. Says, "I'm going to tell Dim Father."
Okay.
Pops off. And comes back with the Dim Father. He has long black robes, a howling wolf stitched into the front of his robes, a heavy wolf pelt over his shoulders. Looks at you. Yep.
Oh, yeah. Nice temple.
Who are you?
Birdie.
Sticks out his hand, shakes it.
He's not looking at me the way Ulrichans usually do, is he? It's okay for me to be here, right?
Aye.
Good.
He's just looking at you. He's a man you'd guess maybe is. Oh, you're terrible with ages. He's got a beard, and he's got long hair, and he's got a big wolf pelt, and he looks pretty big and stocky.
Is his hair as long and white as mine?
No, in both cases. His hair sits to about the small of his back.
Amateur.
Yeah, quite. And it looks pretty scraggly down by its ends. As he looks at you, says, "What you, are you here for someone?"
No, I'm just working the barges.
Can I please have from your perception test?
I'm going to fortune point that. 6 successes.
Oh, 6?
Mm-hmm.
His accent's fiend.
Really?
Yeah, he's not a northerner.
Hmm.
Doesn't sound right. And you know that because it's exactly how you used to sound when you were first trying to learn how to speak Reichspiel properly.
Yeah.
You had to rub out, really remove all those queakish tones that you had, and it was hard.
They're almost the opposite.
And you found it very hard not to use repetition for stress. Very hard.
Still do.
It's a big mountain, and you would get beaten every single time you repeated a word. They wanted you to appear human, and your long study of Reichspiel to learn how to sound like a Midlander has made you perhaps a little bit more acutely aware of when someone's getting it wrong.
Well, I have mimic as well, so I'm attuned to listening so I can copy. Can I pick up on any hints?
With 6 successes, yes. He is significantly more rounded in tone. Upper class, you would guess. You reckon this is probably someone who is putting on the airs and graces of a northerner, where in fact is probably a relatively well-educated man.
Interesting. Wonder why he'd hide that. Birdie thinks to herself.
Yeah, quite.
Yeah.
Birdie might be blunt enough to even say it.
I
mean, it's not like she's great on the cunning side of things.
Well,
she's more cunning than she is intelligent.
Yeah, she's quite blunt, and there's no reason for her not to ask.
Quite.
It's like, where are you from? Your accent's weird. Because Birdie, that's what she says.
He scratches his head. He says, Reichland.
And I'm a monkey's uncle.
Oh, he might be from Reichland.
Yeah, but it's a big area.
Yeah. He might be from Reichland. In fact, that sounds more likely from the north, which is the accent he's imitating.
All right. Whereabouts?
You here to meet someone?
No.
Why are you here? No one comes here.
I'm from Midnight. Got time here.
Completely betraying that, a soldier wearing the colours of Altdorf wanders in and says, "Oi!" Takes out a small horn from the side and tosses it over at the statue. There's a splash of beer. He goes, "Yeah." Says, "Yeah." And this turns around and walks back out again. Then Father points. The one who's doing the dusting turns around and sees you. Oh, puts it down, holds on to it tightly like it's possibly a weapon. Then
in the right hands, it could be.
Wanders over, picks up the horn, checks there's still some jewels in there, splashes it at the foot of the statue, and then pops it down by the side where you can see there's a host of horns. Someone clearly was looking for some form of blessing, but didn't really have the time or the devotion to perhaps do it properly. Literally just tossed it in, possibly have been told to by a commanding officer. Go make the requisite offering. Looks like he's quite used to this, stacked up with all the rest. He poddles off and then goes to find a different job that doesn't involve him dusting. I've got a question for you.
Aye.
You got a brother?
I've no idea. Right, you seen somebody that looks like me?
I don't believe in coincidences.
I'm leaning that way myself these days.
Would you like a beer?
Always.
One thing that you've always found fascinating with the howling wolves is that they are forbidden to have children. Absolutely forbidden. It's an oath that they take. You know loosely that it's something to do with something that happened in the past. You're not entirely sure why they do it, but you know that it's a definite thing that they do. You know, the knights are the exact opposite. They're often trying to sow their oats literally everywhere that they possibly can.
Usually with me.
Often with you. But priests, by comparison, are, it's not right to say trustworthy, because that sort of adds this layer that the others are untrustworthy. They're not. But they're people around which you don't expect of anything of that ilk, beyond perhaps a bit of a leery look.
Yeah, the odd bit of flirting.
Yeah, totally.
Which is fair enough.
This chap is very much not on that side. He takes you out the main temple building, up some stairs towards an office, and points you over towards a chair. The office has pelts all the way around it. Under each one of the pelts, there's a small plaque with Denfather and the name Denfather.
Right.
Clearly pelts that have been worn by predecessors.
Yeah.
Some of them look a little bit threadbare. Some of them are properly, let's say, decorated with an internal velvet lining, with gold accoutrements. This chap feels far more, let's say, less fancy, certainly less gaudy. He's presenting himself as a far more humble man, perhaps because he's from less humble roots. He doesn't have anything to prove, where perhaps some of these did. You might be just making that up. As he goes and sits down and leans forward. Pours, slides over, takes a drink, pours a little bit onto the floor. Most of the temples of Ulrich, stale beer is a common background smell.
I find it very comforting.
Yeah. I had a dream. I don't remember my dreams normally. But I had a dream 3 weeks ago. Maybe 2 weeks ago. I had it 3 days in a row. And I think I might have dreamt of you.
Really?
Oh, you're his dream girl.
Given our experience with dreams up to this point, that's not always a good thing.
I think I might have. Who are you?
The name's Birdie. First.
Birdie? What sort of name is that?
I've no idea. It's the only thing I have from my original family.
Birdie.
They used to call me Spats. I became Little Bird and then became Birdie, and it kind of stuck. It's the only thing I've got. Everything else is borrowed.
I dreamt you were eaten by the moon.
We nearly were in Bergenhafen.
What? We?
The people I was travelling with.
How exactly does a moon almost eat one?
When a bunch of cultists make Morsley look really big and everything went green. It was really weird. Don't suppose you dreamt about it being green, did you?
No.
Okay.
But I dreamt you had a brother. Maybe at least I think I did. Maybe it's a sign. I've been wanting one of those for a while.
Could be. I mean, I can't say for definite one way or the other.
You're from Midnight.
Aye. As far as I know.
Maybe it is a sign. Sorry. I'm just a little taken aback.
It's all right.
Call
Take
me
your time.
Holst.
Holst.
Yes. I'm not one for titles. I don't particularly care one way or t'other. That's as he drinks. Whacks relatively deeply from his beer.
Well, having visions can do that to a man.
Are you aware of the concept of Evernacht?
Kath isn't? Would Birdie be?
Probably not. Your lore theology is next to nil, and
Yeah.
your awareness of... In fact, no. Your little book does indeed mention the word Evernacht once. Right at the very end.
She pulls it out.
For whenever an act comes.
So she pulls out from in a pocket this tattered thing that's held together with ribbons and kind of unties it and flicks through and goes, "Yeah, I have. See." And shows him the book.
It's not exactly a decliner. That is interesting. Evernacht is when Ulrich freezes the world.
Oh.
He freezes it to stop the advance of the Dark Gods. It's a time that we believe is coming. And when he freezes the world, we will know that they are coming. And we are all supposed to prepare for it. Get oneself ready. Create stores for the great eternal winter. A winter that lasts for centuries. Never ends. Eternal snow.
I like snow.
Oh, he looks at your hair. He looks at you. Yeah. I'm a practical man, I suppose. I always have been. I've never really been one into, but it's just that dream. It was a little odd, and then you're here. Feels like it means something. I've not really ever been one into that sort of thing.
There's a lot of it about.
I mean, if I'm to be absolutely blunt about the whole affair, I'm largely here as a punishment from my father.
What did you do?
Ninth bastard was one bastard too many for my father.
Oops.
And now I'm sworn to celibacy.
That sucks.
Doesn't.
Birdie guffaws and takes a drink of beer. She likes this guy.
Doesn't. And I've never really been one for mysticism or... I mean, I've read the books.
I tried reading the other one. The one begins with a T. It's got a complicated name. Yeah. I prefer my little book. Makes much more sense.
No. No, my mother, bless her soul, has decided that I'm better here than elsewhere. And my father agrees with my mother in almost everything. And most of my time is spent just waiting for the next duel. Down here, there's so very few of them. I actually went up to Altdorf in the hope that something more interesting would happen. The wolves here, Black Company. They're old, they're aging. They have no real interest in anything other than the dreams of campaigns rather than the reality of them. And of course, I've been sent here. And I consider going north. I don't even know why I'm telling you this.
I'm a good listener.
Well, if I'm blunt, you're really bloody hot. He says.
Thanks.
And what else am I going to do? There's rather than drink with someone who reminds me of my early years. He says. But I've been dreaming about you. What does that mean? Do people dream about you often?
No, not usually me.
I don't even dream. I don't even remember.
Tell me about this brother. Because I might have one, I don't know. I'm an orphan. Kinda.
No, you see, there's an issue that I have, actually. And I'm really worried about it. And then I dream about you a few weeks ago. I dream about him. And it felt like you were his brother, but it doesn't make any sense. No. I don't understand. But you know, it could be worse. So how did you get here? Where have you come from?
Bergenhafen.
And then he just talks over. My mother's actually hot.
That's fine. I'm happy to let him talk because I can glean things from him talking.
Actually awful. And I have no interest in this cult. I hate it. I went up to Altdorf. I was thinking of challenging the High Father there, actually. I think I could take him. He's all axes. He's rough around the edges.
What do you fight with?
Rapier.
Nice.
And he's not so... I didn't think it'd be too difficult to take down. And I thought, well, I could take that temple, couldn't I? I would end up... I mean, if I did so, Red Company would effectively be mine. I thought that would be interesting. Go to war, you know? Then this shit happened.
Oh, it's everywhere. Aldous is bad. Riots in the streets. Awful place.
I was up there last year, and I considered it. My cleric captain, nice man, for what he is.
Not the guy with the duster.
No.
Just checking.
No, he's a howling wolf. You know the difference?
No.
Really? How can you not? Howling wolves are the priests, white wolves are the knights.
I haven't spent a lot of time finding out this stuff. This is new to me.
But you're from Middenheim.
Yeah.
If I'd come from Middenheim, I'd certainly know that.
Yeah, well, you weren't brought up the way I was.
Right, well, no, I'll admit I wasn't brought up in this cult either, but I did know it. Mm-hmm. Bloody punishment. So I had considered, sticking it to them. I'd even considered trying to become Frey Ulrich. That would have been interesting. But no, I just didn't feel right. And now I'm here. And I've been actually contemplating Ulrich's creed.
See, the thing is, if you're having dreams or visions, I know a thing or two about it.
You do?
I know a guy. It's a long story. It might be that you don't believe in him terribly much, but maybe he believes in you. We can't always choose.
I didn't join this cult to get into a fight. I didn't even want to join this bloody cult. What are you believing me for?
Fate, she says.
My feet are very firmly grounded on this floor right here, thank you very much. They're not up in the sky with dreams, with nonsense of that type, but yet...
Here I am.
So how do you know something about dreams? Are you some sort of dreamancer?
No, I'm a rat catcher by trade.
Oh.
Now I'm a barge.
That accounts for the little dog.
That's Meat Pie.
Hello, Meat Pie. He goes down. Meat Pie apparently likes him.
Yeah.
That's rare.
He likes you. That's a good sign. He doesn't like many folk. You've still got all your fingers. It's good.
He doesn't look like much of a ratter. He's still got both of his ears in place.
That's because he's really good.
Well, we have a bit of a rat problem, he says, Meat Pie. If you fancy going down and finding yourself some rat. He seems keen.
He does enjoy a good rat hunt. We
so
both
you're
do.
part of the guild?
No.
Oh, well, you
can't. Well, I was in Middenheim.
You can't. Wayland's ratters won't like it if you you need to speak to the guild.
I'm not planning on working while I'm here, to be honest. I would have done it as a favour.
What do you know about dreams, then? How do you know about dreams? Do tell me.
Travelling with a father. Sigmarite.
Oh.
Yeah, don't get me started on the whole lectures thing.
No, well...
But...
That's really interesting. You're travelling with a Sigmarite.
Yeah, and he's...
Interesting.
But he's weird because he's...
Sigmar servants, indeed.
Yeah, but he's part of this thing that are about protecting the Silver Flame, so there's kind of a crossover.
The Order of the Silver Flame?
That's the one!
I've heard of them. They're the ones that guard the Silver Flame by walking around because we don't let them near the Silver Flame.
That's the one. Yeah, he's walked a lot. Anyway,
really?
yeah,
sounds fascinating.
Silver Flame burnt his eyes out. Now he sees stuff with his no eyes. It's a whole thing.
What, did he go to Middenheim and the flame burned his eyes out?
No, he was on a boat at the time.
What?
Yeah. I don't know the ins and outs of it, but basically his eyes melted, but now he sees stuff.
That sounds awful.
Yeah, it wasn't very pleasant for him from what I can gather, but he seems quite cheerful now.
Right.
But he sees stuff.
Does he? Does he, really?
Yeah, just not where he's going a lot of the time.
Is he blind? Oh, of course he's blind. That's a ridiculous thing to say.
Yeah.
And he can't. But. Oh. I don't put much stock in this nonsense. Really.
Oh, I didn't either, to be honest.
Didn't. That's tense the past.
Stuff just keeps happening. And people keep wittering on about ruinous powers and end times.
When I was young, my father attached me to his 3rd Regiment of Foot. And we had ourselves beside us a celestial wizard. You're aware of the celestial wizards. The way it blew, they often have lots of little stars and moons on them.
Oh, nice.
And he had exactly that, a very illustrious beard that always seemed to have its own little wind. It was drifting away at the side, and his hair swooped and was white and drifted away. Long moustaches which curled at the top and then just flared out to either side. He was quite the character. He had a flamboyant air wherever he went. Would often be, coming in with a certain Syrah.
Mm-hmm.
And he told me that he had scried the stars, and that one day he said, "My life," he said, "would make sense." Well, I'm happy to say that he has completely failed in his precognition, or whatever they call it, prognostication, or vision, or
future telling.
Quite. I had literally no idea what he was talking about then, and to this day I still don't. And I didn't put any stock by it then, and I don't now. I will say, though, that when we went up against this horrible band of horned beastmen from the forest, he just, with a snap of his fingers, and he just heard a crack, the sky darkened, and this bolt of lightning struck down from the heavens and just blasted in the middle of them. Extraordinary! And he was up there, and he was bellowing, his hair going, the sky darting, bang, crack, crack. Frightfully impressive until he got shot.
Oh, sucks when that happens.
Arrow right in the side of his head, and he was down, and then, well, it was back to the old sparring. I came home, started myself a new child, got into a lot of trouble.
That'd be number 9 then.
That was indeed number 9.
Awkward.
He visited, actually. He's 7 now.
Oh.
Mother came into town, visited. It was nice. 7. Looked after. Very nice. Looks like growing into a fine young boy. You got any children?
No, I make very certain for that not to happen.
So, assuming that it's not all just fantasy. Door knocks. Aye, he says. When the priest comes in and says, "There'll be another riot." You're dismissed. But backs off slowly, looking at you, and closes the door. This whole thing is a big mess, and there's someone stirring up trouble, and I think it's going to come to our door. That's the long and the short of it.
You mean the door of the temple?
No, well, that's exactly what I mean.
Okay.
You see, that's the trouble. He's an Anglican to his very core, right? And he's stirring up trouble with the outlaw soldiers. He's over by the Tin Spur. Do you know the Tin Spur?
I'm new in town. I don't know where anything is.
It's a fighting pit. It's outside the city, and he fights there.
Right.
He's got quite the number of hangers-on. His name's Reichardt. Reichardt something or another. And I dreamt about him too.
Same dream? Different dream?
Oh, same dream. That's the brother.
Interesting.
And then you just arrive like you're...
Do we look similar? Weird. How old is this guy?
He came by the temple last month. He must be about 19, maybe 20.
Oh. Bet he pales a little bit.
And he's tall. About your height. Blonde hair. Long, blonde hair. It shimmers in the light, and he has blue eyes and pale skin and a chip the size of my temple on his shoulder. He's intending on... He's killed. He kills in the fighting pits for money.
Right.
But I'm quite certain he's killed. He came and he was asking for spiritual advice. But his spiritual advice is not what he actually wanted. What he wanted...
Permission.
Was, yes, exactly that. He was intending on taking a fight directly to one of the passing regiments with his little band, his crew, so to speak.
Oh, he's got little army.
About 30 of them now, possibly more, and they're in town causing problems, particularly amongst the... They're riling everyone up. And I told you, I didn't get this cult for fighting. It's just bloody annoying. And they are loudly proclaiming that they are speaking on behalf of Ulrich. Loudly proclaiming it. And of course they come to me. I've had several visits from disgruntled sergeants. They expect me to fix it. But what am I to do? He's not actually done anything wrong, so... and he won't listen to me.
Maybe he'd listen to me.
Well, that's what I was hoping.
I'd like a look at him.
You're very welcome to. You'll need to leave across the bridge. Just follow straight across the Platz, and then right down to the southern gate. Out the southern gate, keep on walking. You'll eventually arrive at Spur. It's noisy. There's bets always going on down there. Fighting, dogs fighting, various animals that they can, gladiators of various types. There are a lot of Tillians hanging around there. A lot of betting going on, mercenaries. It's been cleared out once or twice by the Aldorf soldiers, but everyone just went away and came right back again.
Okay.
It's certainly a place. I mean, do you put any stock in this whole, mystical stuff, says the priest?
I don't want to. Nobody wants to be caught up in this stuff. But stuff keeps happening. And it's getting harder and harder to pretend it's not, ultimately. And for those of us that don't really believe in it, it just seems to be getting louder to make its point.
I was visited by Knight's Panther.
Oh, yeah.
He says, just 2 weeks ago. He'd come all the way down from the north. You could tell he had a crowd over the Panther. He was one of the personal bodyguard for the Electrocount in the north.
Nice.
And he'd come all the way down here to investigate something here. I presume it was the troubles, this issue, the turmoil that is currently engaging us all. And he'd ensconced himself in the old Odenhouse Pantera. That's somewhere I've never visited.
They tend to be really nice. Spent an evening in one once.
The Chamberlain, I think that's her title. She's lovely. I went out to tea with her, actually. Adela, lovely woman. Absolutely lovely woman. Now, the only reason that I went out for tea with her is because I recognised the way she walked. Would you believe it? She's a woman. She must be 78, 79, I think it would be. She's in the late 70s anyway. But she moved in a way that my father's master had taught him to move. She's a fencer. Of that there's no doubt. A particularly talented fencer. So we just got to talking, and she completely wiped with me. We had ourselves a little duel, and she was extraordinary. Absolutely extraordinary. I couldn't believe that someone who had a body that had obviously moved towards frailty could do so much with so little effort. I found myself sprawled on the floor with just the smallest of little whippy movements.
That's real skill.
It was beautiful, marvellous to behold. And he was staying with her anyway. I'm losing track of where I was. And he had come over, and he was quite convinced that this turmoil, this mess here in Ubersreik was some form of sign. That's all he would talk about. This is a sign. What does it mean to you? And it didn't mean anything to me. It didn't mean anything to me at all. I said as much to him. He stomped about for a bit, got really upset with himself, and then, well, buggered off, if I'm absolutely honest, Birdie. He just buggered off. I didn't see him again.
I didn't think Knights Panther went in for that kind of thing.
Well, no, they are a secular order.
Yeah.
They're an ancient order, 1,000 years old at least. Very ancient order, but they're secular. I mean, obviously, they are their own interest in ensuring that the gods are on their side. I mean, they're not.
Who doesn't?
Exactly. That's practicality.
Yeah.
But it's not that they're sworn to a particular god, and it's not like the White Wolves. My boy, a little different. I have no idea what was going on with him. He was quite convinced. Off he goes. Now I'm starting to dream. What is happening?
Buggered if I know.
Yeah.
I keep finding myself smack dab in the middle of it, though. It's quite unnerving.
Well, he says, perhaps there's a reason for that.
Maybe. I'll cut you a deal. I'll go talk to Rickard? Reichardt.
Yeah.
Turning into Gerhardt. If you will get some of your guys, don't mind who, to give me a few pointers. I'm self-taught. I'm sloppy. Nobody's ever taught me how to do all the figures, and I've seen people training.
He says, I think you'll find that most of the White Wolves are a little less all the figures and a bit more power win.
That works for me.
Well, I don't think there will be any difficulty at all with persuading some of my boys to show you a move or two. However,
it's the type of move
come out with your virginity intact.
That's long gone. Don't you worry about that.
Well, if I don't need to worry about it, then I have no concern about that at all. Of course. Yes, I will tell them to be good. I'll try at least. I'll watch over them. Last time that one of them got a little bit out of line, I challenged him and he immediately went back because he's seen me with a blade and he knows that I can lay him down quite quickly. Gave him a good bloody nose last time, actually.
Nice.
Yes, well, he deserved it.
Maybe you could show me a thing or two.
Well, I don't think you're going to be using the sort of weapons that I prefer, are you?
I'll take anything that's sharp.
I think that's my point.
Or pointy.
Oh, well, let's see how you do first, huh?
I once killed someone with a knitting needle. You'd be amazed.
Well, you're a character. I hope it wasn't illegal.
Well, nobody ever found the body, so it was fine.
Well, maybe you are the right person to deal with this fellow. If he should accidentally receive the knitting needle, obviously, honourably, I suppose I'm supposed to say that. Best Ulrich ever.
Well, this is why Birdie struggles with Ulrich and Tennant, because this whole business of being honourable strikes her as just an unnecessary handicap to getting the job done.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why she's very torn about it.
Mm-hmm. Appears this guy's in the same place. He had no desire to be in this cult at all.
So,
I wouldn't like to use the word assassination.
No.
He says, but
Accidents happen. But if he turns out to be my brother, that might be awkward. I'll see if I can persuade him first.
Yeah, well, you'll have no chance of that.
We'll see.
You'll have no chance of that. He's a fanatic. He's a true believer.
The worst kind.
And that is how we find Birdie strolling through the city of Ubersreik. noting that the southern part of the city is quite unlike the northern part, where it's not exactly northern, it's sort of twisted that way. It's sort of that part. But the part on, let's just call it the northern side of the river because it makes life easier, is clearly heavily militarized. Although there is smoke rising out from the far right-hand side of that down in the south, it's far more mercantile. And clearly all the barges and all the things they're selling, much of it comes up to this part of town. But you pass through that. Past a great statue of Sigmar. Maybe Sigmar, might be someone else. You don't know who it is. No beard. You don't know who that statue's of, but he's definitely impressive.
Incidentally, she will have bundled all her hair back up before she left,
sense.
just to keep her low profile.
Until eventually you arrive at the gates to the south. There's no toll to go out, there's only a toll to go in. Great. And you find yourself on the outside. Unlike many of the Empire's larger towns and cities, there are no shanty towns on the outside, smaller villages or anything. It's been cleared out entirely until off in the distance you see the rise of hills and forest far away. It's quite clear that they must have some form of ruling in place to stop things being built. But it hasn't stopped it entirely, because up ahead, only about 150, 200 yards away, is what you presume to be the fighting pits. She hears them long before she picks out any important detail. Shouts and the calls, and even though it's still late morning, they're already up there fighting. You can hear that. Possibly you're going to need to bring your dog in tight. It's a large building centered around a deep pit, and it can accommodate hundreds. At the moment, though, it's accommodating a few score. And they are betting on dogs. There is no obvious sign of a Reichardt or anyone similar here. There's no one stopping you from just sauntering in. Others pop in, others pop back towards Ubersreik. And there's clearly people who work here. That person over there is taking bets. That one over there is arms folded looking down in the pit. There's people tending animals over on that side. These people here are clearly punters. That dog is definitely not in a good place. It's a fighting pit. What's her plan?
Speak to somebody who works here.
Chap taking the bets. He's the closest.
Yeah.
He's sitting down by a board which he's marking with chalk. Sees you and says, "I love your fighting.
I wasn't planning on it. I was looking for someone. You might be able to help me."
Who are you looking for?
Reichardt.
Wolf. Says, "Yeah, you look the type." He's camped out
told
back.
that a lot. Which way? That way?
Back. You'll need to go out and round.
Okay. Cheers.
He says, "If you want to fight," he says, "come talk to me."
A lot of money to be made?
Yeah. Interesting. Means that this chap might also be relatively rich. Maybe that's why he's got so many hangers on. If he's been fighting and earning coin.
Spending it freely.
Yeah, quite.
Okay.
It's an almost fantasy trope. A young king upon a throne.
Oh, no.
Surrounded by women. Many of whom are not particularly, let's say, heavily clad. A stein hanging from one hand. His long blonde hair hanging off, a couple of braids running through it. A very pretty man. Heavy muscles across his chest. A tattoo of a wolf sticking out from pelts that are hanging down. He has more than a few hangers on. But who's to say how many of them are actually loyal? Most of them look, let's say, on the barbaric side. Pelts are common. Axes, heavy swords, wide bladed, and looking pretty sharp too. Most of them are scarred. The man himself, who sees you as you come in, has got a pretty heavy scar going across there, and it's still not entirely healed. Stitching hanging out in a few places. Another open wound on his chest. He looks half asleep as he spots you coming in, and there's with a quick count, you'd say there's about 60 in here. Almost even split between male and female.
Mm-hmm.
And with a quick check, you would say maybe 40 of them are fighting fit. The other 20 are almost certainly, let's call them hirelings.
Mm-hmm. Loosely.
That one's currently in the process of being hired.
Nice.
Yeah, that is what is presented to you, and a nice corridor of pelts that leads up to him there. Oh, as you come in, wolves.
Nice.
1, 2, 3, 4. Wow, that's a big one.
Mm-hmm.
An actual proper wolf. This isn't just simply a wolf-like dog.
Mm-hmm.
That's a proper wolf that comes out and shows interest as you arrive. As one of them, as he puts up his hand and immediately backs down without even looking at it. Uh-oh.
Mm. Interesting.
Uh-oh.
I won't.
As he looks over you and says, "What do you want?
I want to talk to
Who are you?"
I want to talk to Rykart.
Everyone's kind of fallen silent, even the grunter in the corner.
This is shades of my past. Everybody just paying attention. Always nice.
Yeah, very similar.
I draw myself up into my proper envoy pose.
Your full height.
My full height.
As he looks up at you, his legs spread wide, fingers, a locket that sits at his throat, and looks over at you and says, "And who are you?"
They call me Birdie. You might know me as Spats.
Birdie. What do you want, Birdie?
To talk to you.
About what?
Well, somebody said you might be my brother.
That's enough to cause some of the others to go, ha 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 ha. It's a little bit forced. I have no kin.
I didn't think so either. Go figure.
My kin are dead.
I have no idea. At this point, I'll let my hair loose. Does he look similar to me? I mean, he's pretty, but is he...
You're going to need to get a bit closer. The light is low.
Then I will get a bit closer.
You come in and he looks up at you, you look down at him. Yes.
There's a resemblance.
You think so? You've not seen your reflection that much.
No.
You've seen it enough.
Mm.
He looks like a muscled, blonde version of you.
Interesting.
Looks at you. Who is your mother?
No idea.
On the side, one of them says, "You know, she looks really like you." As he says, "Yeah, she does." "Is it your cousin?" He says, "You want to kill Sigmarites with me?
Try not to
Kill servants of the false god."
Try not to kill stuff anymore. I've killed too many things in the past.
There is never too many things to kill. Some things just need to be put down.
Well, that's
by
certainly
wolves.
true. Well, yeah. Hard to argue with that.
You want to kill them with us?
It's kind of why I'm here. To talk to you about that. I made a promise.
And who is it that is trying to make you, he says, bow down to false gods?
Father Holst, the Temple of Ulrich.
And then you hear from the other side, "Oh, bloody told ya." He says, "He means nothing." He says, "I told you, betrayer."
I came because I was...
You leave him alone. You do not move against the father. He is Eden father. Looks at you. Folds his arms again.
I came because I was curious. I don't have a family.
Are you sure? Shut it, says one to his side. Yeah.
I mean, there's not many folk that look like me, is there? You must find that too.
He stands up. He's taller than you. Oh, wow.
Awesome! Finally!
Wow. He's taller than you. Almost 6'9", 6'10".
I should have been 7'2". We should have stuck with that.
As he stands, he's broad, triangly built to slim hips and thick legs. He looks at you. Tosses at you. It's a gold locket. What are you doing with that gold locket?
What's it look like? Is it plain?
Yep. Very plain. Nothing marked on it.
So we'll look at it.
A simple golden locket with a simple chain.
Assess it as a potential weapon, because I don't trust anyone or anything.
It would not make the best weapon in the world.
That's fine.
Unless it's poisoned.
Well, I'm not too worried about that. I will pop it open and see if there's anything in it.
There is a miniature painting on the inside of you. That's what it looks like. Another way of putting it, looks like you.
That looks like.
But maybe a bit blonder. It's difficult to tell because it's a miniature. It's a small paint. It's a very small painting. But it does look very similar. And there's words on it. With love, Magdalena, your mother.
Oh. Interesting. Because I have no idea. I was 6 when I was taken, so...
You think? Yeah, that's just nothing more than
well, I have no... I was very young.
Child.
I was very young.
Yeah.
That's all I know. I'm not even sure how old I am now.
Yeah, quite.
I'm pretty sure I'm not 19 like they tell me I am, but... I kind of look at it, and I look at him, and I look at it. Who's that?
My mother.
Seems like the father might be right. I mean, there's no denying the similarity, is there?
You never saw this. You see this.
Yeah, looks like me.
We should help the outdoor soldiers. Come hunt with us.
If I hunt with you, can we have a conversation?
Smiles. Yeah.
Fine, but if I get caught, you have to get me out of it. I've got stuff.
We hunt! He says.
Why not? I have no problem setting aside my morals for a bit.
It was not how she expected her afternoon to unfold. She had left the barge with a passing interest for visiting a temple of Ulrich, and by the afternoon she finds herself dressed in furs that have been almost ceremonially placed around her shoulder.
Interesting.
Pursuing a regiment of some 50 Altdorf soldiers who are making their way southward.
I'm so easily led astray when killing
Of
is
Ulrich.
involved. Damn it.
Of Ulrich, probably of Ubersreik. Along with some 40 very quiet Ulrichans. Their wolves are with them. And now that they have gathered and moved off and arced round to either side of the regiment, she gets an opportunity to see just how many there are. About 60, 70 dogs. These dogs are quiet. They lope silently. No howls. No woof, 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 woof. Quiet. The ambush happens by a bridge. How involved does she plan to be? Is she going full mental Ulrich. Diving in with axe and sword, swiping from side to side like some barbarian queen from 2,000 years ago, or alternatively she hanging back and watching the others do probably that. What's her plan? They're not even doing it under the cover of darkness.
So, Birdie's upbringing tells her that you don't start a fight unless you know you can win it.
Mm.
But at the same time, she's curious, and there's things to be gained by being a part of this. So she will involve herself, but she'll cover up her hair before we go, purely because it's really to stick. No, we're not going to let me.
Ulrichans. They want it free flowing.
Gets in the
If
way.
you got them, they'll be like, well,
can I plait it?
they're happy with flats.
That's fine. I'll plait it. It gets in your face and you can't
It does,
see
and
it. It's
does.
awesome.
And blood. The blood.
And what
Washing out the blood.
And what if it gets cut?
Yeah.
That would be bad. So she will get involved, but she will pick the fight she knows she can win.
She has a plan, and is often the case with plans.
Especially Birdie's plans.
Upon confrontation with the enemy, they quickly become desperately something else. His tactical, let's say, nonce, is not... It's not imperfect. It's pretty good. It's a very simple... The dogs wrap round. They are marching through. The dogs charge in this side, ruff, 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 causing them to turn round, and they sweep in at the back. Pretty simple.
Yeah. I can respect it.
Yeah. They clearly weren't expecting this, which gives Birdie one small piece of information before they go. This may be the first time they're doing something big.
They're not particularly good.
Well, you're about to find out.
Yeah.
Okay. Are we screaming? They are. Mostly war chants to Ulrich. Ulrich! 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 For the White Wolf! Boom, boom, boom.
Birdie rolls her eyes and just goes, "Oh, for fuck's sake!" That's her battle cry.
If you wish to charge in, do yourself, let's say, good old melee basic test.
3 successes.
3 successes. I will return with a -2. That's 5. A good swiping cleave in as you go in, and you see your man himself leap and turn into a wolf.
Holy crap.
An enormous white wolf. And he goes through the centre of them. One of them broken in two. To the other side, claw. Almost 9 to 10 foot of enormous wolf. Red eyes, teeth, now bloody, splashing, growling, howling, as Ulrich goes round on all sides. Quite a few of the Altdorf soldiers just run. Wolves on one side. Rabid Ulrichans on the other. Death to the false god. You just have one more melee test, because it's going to be over fast.
7 successes.
Nice. You carve your 1 and 2. It's short and bloody work. There's enough of them that it is short. It's growly, it's shouty, there's screams. And then afterwards, contrary to your own first expectation, they coolly, very coolly, start dragging bodies away, taking equipment, stripping them.
Well, there's no sense in wasting stuff.
Exactly. And it appears that they are ready for this. Some of them were laughing. One of them says, "Oh, it's another bloody one." So maybe this isn't their first time.
No, well, we know that they've been...
There's a big difference here. Instigating a riot. Of, proselytizing on the street. Ulrich is great, you bad boy Sigberites, we hate you.
Yeah.
And this is murdering soldiers. What you find very interesting, though, is after, with all the blood splashes, they drop a bunch of weapons. swords. They look like good swords. Perception test.
Perception. Yeah. It's cocked. I'll roll it again.
Good old cock dice.
No, not 7 successes. I'll roll again. I'll use a fortune point.
Take you up to a.
Because I take it it's not an easy.
No.
Oh, well, then 7 successes then, because my
superb.
perception is
You can get
60.
a heraldry test as well then. Let's see what you know.
Very little.
Might.
No, with a 97, I'll absolutely.
You want to reroll that one?
Yeah, I'll use my last fortune point.
Do you like to use a fortune point?
I am not taking any corruption this time, Andy. Oh, 4 successes and a crit.
Oh, a crit.
Yeah.
Right, so they are using symbols that you saw when you were passing through Tame. They're dropping trot symbols. The swords have got trot markings on them. They're making it look like the trots have taken out the local Oricans. Now, local Sigmarite, pardon me, local Altdorf troops. That would be better.
What are they doing?
Perhaps something to discuss afterwards.
This makes no sense.
But
it was fun.
Half an hour of tidy up. Birdie, the mentalist that she is, can do herself a cool test, please.
3 successes.
Superb. You take no stress from this. I didn't expect you to.
No.
But it's always worth making sure.
Yeah. In case I think, shit, Leopold's going to be very unhappy with me.
Yeah, totally.
But it never even occurs to me.
It doesn't even occur to her. Birdie is a bit of a monster. Ex-Skaven slave. No, Skaven slave. Ex-Skaven. Depends upon how she views these things.
Depends on the day.
That's a lot of dead people. That is a lot of dead people. 1 casualty on the Ulrican side. 5 dead dogs.
Shame.
Interestingly, that causes Reichardt a certain amount of consternation. He raves. Howls, raves a bit more, and cries over one of them that fell.
I can respect that.
And won't be talked to. They eventually march back to drink, to fuck, to sit down and celebrate their successes. You found yourself amongst these Oricans, the ones that you said you would help calm down, and have managed to.
Well, I just wanted to get a feel for them, and
definitely got a good feel.
Yeah, the best way to get them to trust me is to be part of it. It's not the first time.
He is in a mood. Not happy that some of them have fallen. And just grumps for a good hour. What's her plan for the hour?
Chat to some of the other guys. See if I can find out why they're dropping trot symbols. Are they being paid to do it, or is it part of a plan? Or, what they
catch yourself a nice little table where they're all happily drinking. They're very happy. A few of them are wounded. Only one died. They have taken out a significant, as they put it, threat. False fucking gods. He's now God.
Sigmar.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Although, theoretically Ulrich approved of him.
It's just a lie. Never happened.
I think Sigmarite's a guy that I know might disagree.
Yeah, well. How does he know?
Because he's part of the Order of the Silver Flame.
Don't even know what that is. Sounds like nonsense.
I'm not arguing with a drunk man.
He's
not worth my time.
As you bring up, so what's with the swords? As another one says, well, that's his idea. Says, they trots are gonna be taking the worst of it anyway. Trots marauders, they're called. The mercenaries.
Oh, says, black uniforms.
Yeah. And they're expecting them to do it anyway. It's a good way to ambush them,
Smart.
Yeah. And, that's, how many are we up to? As, on the other side, a woman who's deep in her cups goes, Right, we're up to that's about 410 dead now. Yeah, right. They can't find us. They think it's the trots. And they're staying inside the walls now. Says.
What are you looking to achieve here?
Well, kill them.
Fair enough. Clearly, you're not the one to ask this question of. She thinks.
They're super bright.
Yeah. What is Rykart doing?
So, he says, you're his wife?
No. I might be his sister.
Oh. So you're a child of Ulrich as well?
Some might say. Wouldn't be the first time I've been called that.
Right. So, have you ever,
No, but I'd love to. Who wouldn't?
Yeah. He's blessed by the gods, he is.
Oh, nice.
Why Ulrich? Says the girl.
Obviously.
Yeah. Says 92. 90 is a 92. No, it's 56. 56. 56 straight wins in Gladiatorial Pit.
Nice. Respect.
He's just passed his 20th birthday, he has.
Brother? Twin?
He's brooding upon his throne of wood and pelt.
I will go and join him.
She looks up at you. What do you want?
You look like you need some company.
I don't need company, he says as he swigs, quaffs a significant chunk of ale.
You've had a loss today. I get it.
They've had a bigger loss.
Well, yeah.
A much bigger loss. They will send people out to find them. And we will take them also. And then they will send more and we will kill them too.
And you're just planning on just whittling away at them?
Then one day there will be none left and Evernacht will come.
Well, that's the second time somebody today has mentioned Evernacht. Coincidence? I think not.
Evernacht is coming. I dream of it every night.
More dreams. Great. The father dreamt of us, you know. You and I.
Frowns. You. What of it?
I was being eaten by the moon. Weird.
The moon.
That's what he said.
Looks up at the top of his tent. Looks back at you. The moon.
Let me tell you about Bergenhafen and what happened to me there. It's not as weird as you might think. And she relays what went on.
He listens. Some others come in to listen also. Do you have performer storytelling?
I don't.
Well,
no.
Let's see how well you do with the fellowship test then.
Have you met Birdie? I mean, she has entertain acting because she has mimic, but it's not great.
It's not the same. You're
not
telling
the
a story. You're not doing someone else's fixed story. It didn't go so well.
No,
she's not a natural storyteller.
No, I'm quite brusque about it. It's very sort of, and then this happened, and then that happened. It's weird and annoying. Yeah. Green fingernails. God. Ugh. Not my colour.
And then the demon.
And then the demon. And the big eye.
Wrapped. You are blessed by the gods also. Maybe you are my sister.
I don't know. People keep saying that. I think it's just because of the hair. Can't dye it, you know. Won't take. Somebody said I glowed once. I think he was wrong.
Someone says, off to the side behind, have you ever turned into a wolf?
No, but...
He says, right, Carty.
No, that was impressive. I wouldn't even know how to begin. How do you do that?
I have always done that. That is who I am.
Is it a family thing?
It is me. I am child of Ulrich. Ulrich is my father. Woof, woof, ruff, ow, one of the wolves behind Howls also. Looks at you. Maybe today is the day, He looks at you. Maybe you have been sent to me by my father. Maybe it is time.
For what?
To retake Ubersreik.
Really?
Yeah. To expel the invaders. Kill. End.
How many troops?
The false cult of Sigmar. Murder. Maim. Kill. You've been sent to us. We should take down the general tonight. Whoop, 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 whoop.
Whoop, whoop, whoop. This was a bad idea alarm is going off.
Oh, really? I can see Andy at least maybe days from now watching this going, "You doing what?"
I can hear him in his voice going. Yeah. I'll let my help go hard if we take out the general. Couldn't go with him to the so. Birdie is intrigued. This is pressing lots of her buttons. Family. Didn't think she had one. Had no idea. Ulrichans. Wolves. Dogs. Also good. Killing stuff. Big fan. So
you found your people.
Yeah, my tribe. And they're mental.
They just take out entire regiments of just innocent soldiers.
Just innocent. Somebody else's problem. Morality. Yeah.
Not Birdie's strong point.
No.
So he says, "We move tonight. You come with us."
Please tell me you have a plan.
Of course.
Is it subtle?
It's the sewers.
Oh, sewers I can do.
He smiles. What do you know of sewers?
I was a rat catcher for years.
He says, "She has been sent to us!"
Who knew that wading
and all round, woo! Ow!
Who knew that wading in shit would eventually come in handy?
And this group of, let's call them extremists.
I prefer to think of them as a pack.
This pack, let's call them extremists, howl away with their excitement.
Please tell me you're going to be quieter about it.
He says, "We will be ambushing him."
I can respect that.
Says, "His name is Dabernik. General Dabernik. He runs all of these. And we know where he goes. Black Rock Castle.
I've seen it.
He visits whore once a week. And comes back drunk. And we will ambush him en route.
It's a reasonable plan.
Lizelle!" Woman comes forward, dressed in a mixture of furs and what appears to be relatively servant-esque style clothing. Yeah, I was servant in Black Rock. I know the ways in. I'll get one of the I'll get one of the young Freuds out. Says, I know the way in.
Which one?
Youngest boy. Finland.
When?
Yeah.
Does this chime with what I know from Gerhardt?
You're not sure. Maybe. Sounds right. If only he was here to confirm. If only you'd been listening more.
Well, it's just, I thought all of the family bar Gerhardt had moved out, but
Yeah, maybe.
if he's got a brother on the loose...
He might.
Does she seem legit?
What's your intuition?
My intuition is 52.
100% legit.
Sometimes I hate you. I say that with love, but I really hate you sometimes.
Yeah, she's like above board.
Totes legit.
Yeah.
If this turns out to be false, I will hunt you down and gut you.
You say that to her. He says, ain't false. As he says, see, it should happen tonight.
She's only saying that because it's her life on the line and she'll be very pissed off. But hey, he can interpret it any way he wants.
Do you intend to go along with this?
Yeah, I kind of do. Because it kind of sort of fits in with what we're planning. That's how she's justifying it.
At 9 o'clock that evening. It's fair to say she did not expect to be doing this. But at 9 o'clock that evening, she finds herself with a group of 6 others, including her friend, Reichardt, the servant, making their way into a culvert on the outside of the city that leads down into the Bloody River. By your standards, this is easy going. By theirs, perhaps they have sensitive noses.
Bless their little cotton socks.
But this is not a good place. There is groans, there is moans, there is a certain amount of consternation and an amount of roll-eyedness coming from the servant. He's like, I came out here. This is more than... Button it.
Just breathe through your mouth. Eventually you won't smell it. It'll be fine.
With lanterns raised up.
It's just a smell, guys.
They make their way into the edge of the sewers of Ubersreik. First thing to note is the sewers of Ubersreik are fucking high quality.
I'm going to leave Meat Pie behind. He has trouble with deep water.
High quality stuff. These
Nice.
are big, well built, easy to navigate, easy to make your way through sewers. The walkways to either side are broad. The height is high. They're
Nice.
all numbered as you go.
Mental note, if Barge doesn't work out, Ratcatcher here might be quite good.
This is an impressive set of sewers. Now, it's
Deluxe.
not all equally well built. Some parts of it have collapsed, some parts of it are old. But the initial entrance part is nice and clear, but it comes to a very solid set of grates. No clear way through it, except the servant has got keys. And unlocks them, leading you into the dank, drippy sewers up ahead. Perception.
5 successes.
These sewers are occupied.
I call everybody to a halt.
They all stop. And
There's
you are
something here.
concerned.
There's something here.
There's more than something here.
Something.
There's several things.
Scuttling things.
Thing number 1. Up high, you can do with this what you want. Clear marks are quickish.
Bugger.
It marks that the grate ahead is locked and that you can swim underneath.
Okay.
Good to know.
Handy.
Yeah. It would mean going down into the effluvium, into the worst that the city has to offer.
I can swim and I've done it before. It's all good.
Exactly. On the other side, yet more Queekish, which marks that this, let's just translate this into Reichspiel to make it nice and easy, is the main sewers out from the upper class part of the city. Big.
I was hoping you would tell me. Okay,
Further down
that chimes with what we're trying to do.
Is Spoor, but it's not Skaven Spoor. That Spoor you don't immediately recognise, but it's large enough and it ain't human.
Poke it with my barge pole.
As you come forward, poke, move. Yeah, you're not sure what sort of Spoor that is. There's quite a lot.
Is it big?
It's pretty big, and there's quite a lot of fungus around this area as well.
Don't touch the fungus. And there's something here that produced that.
Then we'll kill it.
Of course we will, but just be prepared.
Low growl comes from his throat.
You really need to learn to.
This place. We had better get to where we. How far is it? A long way. We're going to have to go out, get across the river, and go back in again. What? The servant goes, yeah. We're going to be going out, not far from the bridge. We're going to be going through the under bit from the bridge, and then going in on the other side. So how long? I said, well, we told you this already. It's about 2 hours.
Birdie claps him on the back. Come on, put your big boy pants on. Let's get on with it.
There is a relatively high chance that you will encounter something nasty in this particular part.
That does not surprise me.
She knows the way through here. She's been through here before. But when she came through here, she came with an armed guard. And they did indeed make their way all the way out and out this way.
Okay.
Roll yourself 2 dice. I'll roll 2 dice as well. I've got 7 and 3. Do we get any doubles from this?
No, I got a 0 and a 5.
Superb. No doubles. Nice and clear. So far, your silent Ulrican ambush is making its way through. You stop them more than once as you hear things up ahead. A body makes its way down through the central path of Yuck.
Is it clothed?
Naked? Human?
No pockets, no point.
No. No pockets, no point. That's a catchphrase. As she heads you down what feels like a very long way around because you're going off the main sewer routes. She explains, it's the only way I know. I don't know if it's better or not.
That's all right.
But it does seem to be going a roundabout type way. We're going to roll again. What have you got this time?
2 dice? Yeah.
Yep.
A 1 and a 3.
I have a 2 and a 9. So you're okay again. This time, you get your first clear idea that something is definitely living down here. One of the walls you pass by is smeared in excrement. It's dried, but it's a damp environment. It's kind of wet anyway.
So not house proud?
No.
Okay.
Lots of daubed symbols.
I'm assuming we went the upper class way.
It's kinda?
Yeah.
And then you went off it?
Well,
going around, so you're not entirely sure where you're going now.
I'm just my priority. I'm thinking is to make sure she stays alive because I need to be able to. I'm out of fortune points. That's an 83.
No, you missed that. Good. Our boy does not though.
Good.
He massively outclasses the other one. Holy crap!
Go right.
As he's going forward near the front with his, you're behind. The one who's doing the leading is saying left and right to staying in the middle because you want to make sure that she stays safe. At the back is the other woman, another couple behind that. You're all creeping forward as you're going, and he immediately stops. combat initiative. It's not like you're going to bump into him. It's enough for you to immediately stop too. As he says, "There's something coming. Back, and closes off the lantern. They've got lanterns where you can close it off.
Oh,
Gives a
nice.
Slight gleam of light and nothing more.
Smashing.
As you
Totally want one of
back
those.
and go up on the side and up ahead. You see lights, green lights. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Skaven low, skittering by.
Is it like a crossroads, or do they pass us?
You've gone up a side tunnel.
Oh,
and
right.
they just go flying by.
Okay.
There's a chance they'll spot you, but not if I roll 88.
Oh, that's not good.
I'm actually going to make that be bad.
Okay. I'm so glad you rolled that, not me.
Don't often get the bad guys being so utterly rubbish, but yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
Do you love it when bad guys do a thing? And we were going to have. Oh yeah, I do love that. Do yourself, please, an endurance test.
Endurance.
Do for all those as well.
1 success and a crit.
Good. You won't need to do another one for this, which is good, because that was for corruption.
Phew! Because I'm so close.
There's no fortune points just now, and very close to your threshold.
I've got one more to go.
Indeed. Yeah. Good, you passed that one.
Thank you, Ulrich.
Clearly, these Skaven are exuding something corrupting. Possibly the green lights that they're carrying themselves. As they skitter along the clack of their claws on the stone, they pad by. Everyone holds back, quiet. As they go by, there's a very quiet whisper. Maybe we should kill them.
No, leave them. There'll be lots more where they came from. We'll just attract attention. That's not the goal tonight.
We're here to kill Dobbin. He says, wait, give them time, in case there are more. He doesn't appear to be the most stupid of individuals. No. Because he waits. He doesn't hold back on his waiting. 20 minutes.
Sensible.
And another group goes by. Yep. Interestingly, this one is carrying a human. Wearing red and blue.
Is that Altdorf?
It is.
See, I'm learning slowly.
Well done. Red and blue.
Any trappings?
He's a soldier, clearly.
Just a soldier.
Yeah. They're carrying a soldier with them.
Weird.
Who knows what they're doing?
Well, they might want to slave.
Schemes.
Not getting involved. I don't want them to know I'm here.
Then you hear a clash, as some fighting goes on, and you hear.
Are they shouting anything distinctive that I can pick out?
The thing is that the ones who do most of the shouting, you aren't speaking Queekish.
Oh.
They're speaking some other language.
Weird.
And then you hear quite clearly, run! As they all go pelting back the other way, some of them bleeding.
Yeah.
As running past at the back, goblins.
Oh, God.
With spears charging after them. Their eyes glinting red in the light.
Okay.
As they go turn around. One of them reaches behind, scrapes poo on the wall where it's just gone. Big one point, a wicked face. As it looks right down the tunnel where you
How many legs has it got?
It's got 2.
Oh, I'm just checking.
And yeah, it's not going to miss you. As it goes and spelps it in the opposite direction. As
who's he going to tell?
As he goes. What do we do? Which way do we go? We can't just. We're going that way where they just ran off to.
They'll run. I'm assuming Birdie.
Did you not encounter these things when you were down here before? He says, no, there weren't none of this stuff.
They've either recently moved in, but they've left markings. We'll just have to give them some time to get out of the way. If they're running, they'll keep running. They're not brave.
And the woman at the back says, we don't have a lot of time left.
Yeah.
We're going to have to get moving if we want to get him when he's still in his chamber.
If we have to fight him, we'll fight him, but they'll keep going for a while.
All right, he says. Looks around. We're all on, yeah? Yeah. We are all going to do this, yes? Yeah.
Suppose. I'm joking. I'm up for it. Let's go.
Takes out an axe. Takes out another axe. Goes out. Quiet. To yourself. Language quickest.
2 successes.
Superb. You're making your way along and you see the clear marks. Not good. Quickish up there. That's suggesting that there's some sort of sentry post ahead.
They've got watchers posted.
Stops, looks here. Says, who?
The guys with the lantern. The rat people. Something like that. We don't dwell on it.
So what do we do? Well, it's supposed to be going that way.
Is that
the way that towards your sentry? It could be. You literally don't know how many there are. It could be anything from like a few, easy, to some, not great, to maybe a big one,
squillions.
Bad, to squillions.
Yeah. Who knows with these
guys? It's a legit number, squillions.
Well, when it comes to Skaven, yes.
Yeah, totally.
Can we creep up and see if we can see?
Yep, go for it. Your light's almost minimal. Do you have night vision?
Oh.
Then let him do it.
Okay.
He does. In fact, he doesn't just have night vision.
Mm-hmm.
He creeps forward and he says, maybe 10.
Strike first, strike hard. They won't be expecting it. Don't let any of them escape. One runs will be inundated.
I take left, you take right.
Deal. I don't often get to kill Skaven. This is very exciting. Well, not since I lived there, anyway.
You go charging down the corridor as fast as you possibly can, pelting it along. The slight glimmer of light behind you. The greenish light ahead helps because it picks out some of the details of the path. Fortunately, very broad, wide, and mostly clear. Sluice way pipes, yuck, down into the main channel just ahead of you as you slide under and see your first 2 Skaven. They weren't expecting to be attacked.
Good.
They weren't expecting this, which is perhaps foolish given that they'd just been attacked earlier, but you know what Skaven are like. It's very possible these ones didn't get attacked and the ones who went running purposely didn't tell them.
Of course not.
They
slow them down. I'd have done the same.
They'll have arrived, they'll have stopped, they'll have slowed down, walked past like it was nothing, and then skittered off on the other side.
Giggling, yeah.
Yeah, you know what they're like.
Totally, yeah.
The 2 here do have... Oh, but I failed on my combat initiative, so go for your test.
4 successes.
Or 4 to what's your damage on?
+9.
+9, so that's 13. Oh, that's a good solid stab. That's enough for the other one to squeal. The one at the back is going to try and dodge away and run towards the bell.
And I warned them not to let that happen.
I may have done this. I just rolled 33. Oh, it's a good crit. Try and get the blow in as it gets away. You'll need a crit in return.
No,
you
7
did not
successes.
Get it by and dong, bong, dong, ba dong. Uh-oh.
What did I say about runners?
As he leaps forward and goes full wolf and leaps on one and just starts tossing it from side to side with its big face. The girl, the servant at the side, shoots the one with a crossbow pistol. Hey!
Nice.
And goes right through his eye.
Nice.
Oh, sweet. No, like that, with the crossbow sitting right through its head like that as it falls down.
Smart.
Screaming for a little bit. The entire air fills with a heavy, redolent smell of very panicked Skaven.
The musk of fear.
They are well panicked. The ones at the back are already running. He bounds down as a wolf. There's one running in that direction that you can go after if you wish.
Yeah.
Oh, I have fumbled on a 77. I'm doing quite well. My doubles over here.
I failed by 2.
So you have. I've failed by there. 50,
oh no, I failed by 1.
I failed by 2. You failed by 1. So that means you win by 1. Do the damage plus my fumble.
Damage is 9.
Yeah. So how do you do? Do you have 9 damage in total?
So I rolled a 19.
I slipped down,
9.
fall flat on my furry face, right down, clearly slipping on some poo that was there. Splat, crunch, as its neck half breaks and it slides into the effluent at the side. In the distance, perception test.
2 successes.
You hear a...
Do I recognise this strange noise?
Not really, but it doesn't sound good.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
That's coming from directly ahead of you. The girl, who is your guide, sitting at the back, says, "That's where we're going." Is this wise? Perhaps we could take a different route. Does anyone know another route? No.
Are there any markings pointing in the direction of things?
Please.
Oh no, with a 96, I have no.
Yeah, you've no idea.
I have no clue.
Yeah, clearly, clan markings from a different clan to the one you know. There is Queekish though, quite a bit of it, marked in scrapes.
Yeah.
And clawed.
But if it's local,
it is totally local. These local Skaven, what are they all about, eh?
They'd never make it through human school.
Splash, splash, splash. Splash.
Is there anywhere to hide?
A Skaven. If we can imagine for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
The long sewer tunnel ahead of you.
Mm-hmm.
Slushing effluvium falling down between it. And it's dark up ahead. At the back, your lantern's now lit because there's no point in trying to hide. Bells have been rung. Things have gone wrong. You can see quite clearly for a certain amount of distance. And you see a Skaven flying backwards, crossing over and slamming into the tunnel ahead, but that's a crossroads, then falls behind slightly and collapses to the ground on the other side of the crossroads. And then, scar, another 3 go running in that direction.
Okay.
Following afterwards, you can hear the Queekish. It's not particularly difficult to understand. Run, quick! Flee!
I didn't really even need to know that.
Scar. There's another one, half clambering on the wall, goes, you see it, and then it gets pulled back. You hear it from there, and crunch. Crunch. Nothing.
Can we see?
Nope, you've no idea what's going on there.
Doesn't sound good though.
Everyone looks down the corridor. Rykard goes, well, is that the only way?
Knowing my knowledge of sewers.
Yep.
Is there? If we take a different path, we can always pop up into the city.
Possibly,
Couldn't
yes.
we?
You pass down by various. You don't know if they lock them here like they do in Bergenhafen.
We're nothing to lose.
Yeah, totally.
Middenheim,
for example, they're not locked. You can literally just lift them and take them
that's why we like
back
Middenheim.
down. Yeah.
It's much more Skaven friendly.
Yeah, totally. It's much more Skaven friendly.
5 stars on TripAdvisor. Altdorf, not so much. Bergenhafen, no.
Yeah, totally.
Let's take a different path. We'll find the nearest sewer grate. We'll pop up into the city and we'll come back down again. We'll skirt over it.
He says, you think that retreat is the best option?
It's not retreat, it's just avoiding. We've got a goal.
There for a reason.
Yeah. Focus. You can always come back and get it later. It's not retreat, it's just prioritising. Come on, brother.
It's a funny thing. You just notice now, completely naked.
I just noticed now. Well, I suppose if he keeps changing.
He wasn't. And then he turned into a wolf to take on these ones, and now he is. And you're almost surprised at yourself, but all the horror in front of you, and then you just turn around and oh wow.
Well, she doesn't really have a problem with nakedness.
No, quite. It's just a surprise.
Where's your
He's
kit?
going to need boots.
You're
He says broken.
Oh, because of the.
Yeah.
Yeah, put this on. Hands are coat.
He says, no, I'll be fine.
If we're above ground and you're naked.
Well, maybe keep it in case. When we go above, I will take it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Come
on!
Okay, you've got a choice. Straight ahead, left, right.
Which is the direction we're supposed to be going in? Behind us?
Behind where your noise is coming from.
We'll go
where the crunching is just coming to an end.
We'll go straight because it's faster
Splash.
temporarily while it's having a snack. Because I'm guessing it's going to pick up the one that bounced and eat that as well.
Very possibly.
So that'll slow it down if we keep.
It's got corpses to deal with.
Yeah.
Food.
Yummy scrummy.
As you go, right, do yourself a perception test from behind it. See if you catch
I'm not doing well on these tonight. Oh, 5 successes.
5 successes, no, that's good.
Yeah.
As you're running along, you look back and you see a large scaled, clawed hand. And I do mean large. It's about this wide. Each claw about that long as it reaches out. Scales down its length.
How does it even fit in the tunnels?
These are big tunnels, as we've described already. Ubersreik tunnels are huge.
So, deluxe tunnels, deluxe monsters.
Deluxe monsters.
Duly noted. Okay.
As it reaches out, and most of the arm comes out, you see the edge of something looming at the top as it pulls the body back. Oh, yeah, that's a good reason to run.
But we're very motivated.
Boom, boom, boom. And you reach your first manhole access point.
Poke it with my barge pole.
You'll need to go up a little bit first.
That's fine.
Pop, 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 pop. Tunk, tunk. Stratus.
6 successes.
Bam, bam, bam. Clatter. Perhaps time to throw down the cloak to your boy there.
Yeah, cover yourself.
He grabs it as you all go up. So I'm going to randomize where you come out because I know where you are approximately. I'm just looking at the map just now. Did this map a long time ago. And I know you're there, but there's a wealth of different types of areas you can come out to in that very tight area. It could be good, side alley, great. It could be bad, middle of an open area.
Yes.
We're going to randomize it. We'll both roll 1d10. And the further away we roll from each other, the better.
Okay.
The closer, the worse. On a double, meh, meh. So I have a 2.
I have a 1.
Oh, it's really close! As you clamber up and look out, and you are on the edge of a large square. That big statue is just over there.
Okay.
A patrol of Altdorf soldiers makes its way across just over there. Will it spot you? It may. It did not. It did not. As they're clearly walking away from the direction that you're going. The gods are with you as you pull yourself up quickly. And Ubersreik at this hour is under curfew. No one's supposed to be out, apparently. Curfew. Really? As he says, maybe we should kill them. From behind as he sticks his head up.
No.
There's only 10 of them. What is wrong with this guy?
You really have to learn to focus on one thing at a time. We've got one thing to do here and one thing only. We leave a trail of bodies is going to slow us down.
You better get moving. Move.
This is, I'm muttering to this under his breath. You know. Tactics.
They're going to spot you. 0-0.
Oh, look over there.
Woo! A butterfly. It's actually hilarious.
Oh, bless.
There's been quite a lot of doubles this evening. I'm quite enjoying this. As the soldiers move off in that direction, 2 watchmen in gold and blue are sitting by a tall, what looks like a tall, thin building with a little roof at the top of it. They're lounging beside it. It's got a little door with a big heavy lock on it. One of them is chewing and spitting at a stick of weirdroot. As you all make your way out and try to quietly place back in place. Go for it. Do your dexterity test, please. I'll help on the other side with the strength.
Definitely not.
So you've got 0 successes, or
I rolled.
You didn't fumble?
No, I didn't.
Okay, it's an
fumble.
assisted test. Okay, I've got enough to move it into place myself. So
Right.
between the pair of us, we'll get it into place.
Okay.
So you're on the wrong side of the city. In the far off distance, the silhouette of your target place can be seen. You've got a long way to go before you're ever going to get there.
So I turn to her and go, it was supposed to take us 2 hours to go through the sewers to there. We are miles away.
Says, oh, we're a bit away. Says, we just need to get to the bridge. And it's not far from here. It's only just round there. Indeed, you can just see the rise of it over there.
Right.
We just need to get to there and get under. It's not going to be as easy, though, because we're not going to be in the sewers.
Yeah, but we can go back in them, can't we?
Oh, I don't even know there's a way in down there. Not an easy
one.
one.
Well, where were we supposed to pop up?
We weren't really popping up. We were going to be going up into the bridge.
Okay. Same bridge?
Yeah.
Well, we'll just go through the nearest grate. That should bring us back to where we were. Using my rat catcher knowledge.
Let's hope we're not spotted on the way.
What are the chances?
Stealth test. Stealth urban.
I don't have stealth urban.
Then it's just your agility.
Dun, dun, dun.
I'm doing pretty well so far.
0 successes.
Is that a 0 fail or a 0 pass?
0 pass.
Excellent. All of mine have passed bar 1, who's on, and I'm going to do a quick bunch of counter rolls just to see loosely where they are. Yeah, you're going to make that relatively easily. Time's on your side, so you don't need to charge through this. Creeping down through the back alleys, pausing, waiting, people going by. The streets are patrolled. Clearly, curfew is up, probably because of what happened earlier in the day.
I make this point.
As the servant says, you know, he might not have gone out.
Nothing's going to get between a man and getting his dick wet. Trust me. He's a general. He won't consider it a factor. Where does he whore?
I mean, he must have lost 50, 60 men. That is a factor.
Well,
I mean, that is something he's going to have to report back, and it's going to, we are going to do this. But what if he ain't there? We're going to find ourselves in the middle of Black Rock. I mean, the alarm's going to be up. They are not expecting assassins, he says. What they are expecting is troublesome trots on the outside, huh?
Yeah, trying to take back the city.
Yeah, and we all know that they're murderous fuckers who would assassinate anyone.
My money's on. If he's had a rough day, he's going to want to distract himself. He'll put it off till tomorrow. He'll write that letter tomorrow. This might be your only opportunity. If he's screwed up, they might move him.
We press on.
We give it a try. Worst case scenario, we go back into the sewers.
Do yourself a navigation test.
You know how well they go. That's a fumble. God knows where we're going to end up.
You find the perfect sewer. Quite literally the perfect entry point.
Oh, that's not good.
A small outlet that pumps into the river itself. It's only got a small grate in it. A big burly bloke like Reichardt should be able to break through that, shouldn't he? Indeed he can. Break. Under the bridge, you can see that there's a host of shanties. And they are right down to the base of where the river meets the base of the bridge. And there's a few folk there watching over. You've been spotted, at the very least. But you are back into the sewers. These ones are far tighter, though. These are slow tunnels that you're going to have to make your way through.
Do you recognise this?
No.
Any creakish about?
Not yet.
We head in the direction, because obviously we can see Black Rock, so we just try and keep ourselves right. But knowing what I rolled,
you're doing the opposite. You've got to go in to get into the sewer to possibly get. You know, you've got to get up to the bridge somehow, or possibly you don't know.
I've no Scooby. These are weird foreign sewers. They're far too tidy and neat. It's weird.
Up ahead.
I should never be allowed out.
Moving along one long thin tunnel, you drop into the main sewer itself. Fecal matter again.
Oh God, goblins, nice.
It's dark. The only light you have is your own light. You look left, you look right. So the bridge is in that direction. You go left or right.
Well, I go in the direction where I think the bridge is, so chances are it's going to be that way, even though I know it's wrong. Kath knows it's wrong, Birdie doesn't.
Down. You make your way along the sewage passageway.
Nice.
And you pass by a couple of minor tunnels that pop off, and you're looking for something relatively major heading towards the bridge area. Perception test.
2 successes.
Rats. Lots of rats.
Ordinary size ones or big ones?
It's difficult to be certain, but the pitch is high, which suggests smaller. But if it's
but
if
a
they're
lot of them.
swarming, it might be bad. Particularly if they're swarming for a reason.
Right. I convey this and go, we're going to have to tread cautiously. We might either want to go back up.
And then flickering lights ahead, golden. And a voice that calls out, I know you're down here! Grey Seer! Comes a call. Where are you rat fucker?
You don't talk to Grey Seers.
And
you don't talk to Grey Seers like that.
A bellow. Strong face! And a sudden swoosh comes out from that side. And water suddenly rises. That's not good for people inside the sewer, including you. How's your swim?
I have strong swimmer.
Excellent! Because you now need it. Holy shit! That's another fumble 88. Nicely done.
Oh no! The gods are not smiling on us.
And then let's do right card. How'd he do? Oh, he did all right.
Do I need to roll something?
Oh yeah, you're doing a swim test.
Yeah. Swim. My swim is 54. I rolled 53.
Oh! The water sluices up high, and it's almost a wave swooshing down. A wave of shit.
Nice.
A wave of piss. A wave of horrific sewer detritus that
life.
catches you along. One of the men who are with you see sinks underneath it. The big Reichardt becomes a wolf and tumbles and spins and then leaps out the other side of it, far stronger than you. You're not pushing past this water. Your best bet's to run with it and keep yourself above it. You're not even swimming. It's more as it sluices out and you ping out into the Jufel. Right back out, a slightly different sewer outlet, but at least one that didn't have grates across it, because that could have been painful.
Like mash.
Unfortunately, that's not true. It's just you went out the clear side. Fortunately, that's not the servant. That's the one that fumbled. She hits that hard.
Yeah.
In the face, breaks her nose, her teeth. The water slashes by her. That, however, is almost secondary to the spectral shark that then...
Well, if you go yelling at Grey Seers, that's the kind of shit that happens.
Smack! And then you hear from down the tunnel, Grey Seer! Splash! The servant. Splash! Swim test from you, please, to get yourself out the river. Oh, I passed mine. That's good. How'd you do with yours?
I did not. I think I got a face full of water. I must have
you
turned
clearly
back.
did.
Yeah.
She's going to try and rescue you. She fails. Which is when, whoosh, lose a wound. Splash comes the wolf as another torrent of water spouts out. It's briny.
It's clearly magical.
Briny. Splash! As the wolf lands splayed. It passes its swim test, bounces out,
It's
and
got
then
4 legs.
pulls itself up as a human. your girl is now drowning too. Do yourself a swim test, pardon me. She tried to rescue you and is sadly drowning.
5 successes.
5 successes. Okay, you can try and help her if you wish.
Yeah. Same again?
Yeah.
No.
Do you
1
fail
fail.
again? One fail, good. As you wade back out, lose a wound. As she loses another wound, but she passes. She's going for getting out. She's clearly she's passed. She's out. How about yourself? Another test, please.
1 success.
That'll do. That's enough to pull yourself out, panting. Bloody red water sluicing off you.
That's good.
Him
wash.
naked at his side, sitting like so. The squashed up, half broken figure of one of your other, let's say, co-assassin partners, splattered against the grate. Her arm broken down, separated from her, in front of you. As he looks up and shakes his head and starts to cry. He's just a kid.
Oh, bless him.
This has not turned out as he planned.
Yeah, welcome to the sewers. It's a terrible, terrible, terrible place.
As the servant pats him and says, "All right, be with ya. Hey, well, you couldn't do this in every night."
Give him a hug.
"They're all dead," he says.
But you're not. You feel that?
"That was the rat catchers."
Was it?
He says, "I recognise his voice. I heard it."
No.
Cool test for him.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that failed.
Can I
Fur sprouts down his back. You can attempt to restrain him if you wish.
Yeah.
Contested strength test. I have 9 successes. Good luck.
5 successes.
She's going to try and help because she thinks that's some wise. Whoa! She 33'd.
Well done, her.
She critted. I was
She's
about to
very
say,
motivated.
Yeah, totes. I'm going to check how many successes she gets in total. So she's got 3, 6. How many did you get?
5.
5. So that means she's got one more, so 6. So that's 7 in total. He got 8. But she did crit. What am I going to do? Because he's won it, which means he's going to break free. But I have critted on it. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the pair of you. You're holding on tight. She yanks him back, causing him to splash into the river, breaking him free. Okay, he growls. He does himself an intimidate test and gets a mighty wow. That's 9, 10 successes. Do yourself a cool test to stay in his way. He is maddened.
No, 3 fails.
3. She fumbled.
No,
it.
2 fails.
No,
2
she
fails.
fumbled it. It's an 88 fumble, so
no! Another one!
I'm going to let that one go. Because a 1 in 10 chance to, it's about a 1 in 20 chance to fumble on that roll. But nevertheless, it still does happen.
Well, yeah.
This evening, it's happened a lot.
It has.
It has happened an awful lot. Okay, let's quit.
Maybe Ulrich's not really big on this whole plan.
Well,
He's trying to let us know.
Exactly what happens here. What did I roll? So, oh wow. Interesting. I like that. She starts spewing briny water.
Oh no.
It starts tearing out of her eyes, out of her ears. The wolf bounds into the sewers.
Can I perform some kind of the Heimlich maneuver in case there's a limited amount of salt water?
I think that might be slightly beyond her. A heel test might give you something.
My heel is very basic.
Doesn't mean you're not gonna. You might pass.
I'd probably roll an 88.
I've rolled like 988 so far. At least that's what it feels
like. No,
an
83.
Oh, okay.
I am not helping.
And you're coming over and I try to pull the water out. This is beyond you. It's coming out of all of her orifices. Her skirts are now completely. She'll be wearing some form of true actually.
Yeah.
They're going into the sewers. They're now completely soaked. It's coming out of her. How long does it last? Toughness test for her, please. Which means she takes another 4 wounds. She's now drowning. But rolls 44 for her toughness test. She ain't dying anytime soon. As you look on somewhat helplessly, until eventually she starts coughing air into her lungs.
You had me worried for a minute there.
What the fuck? Where's he gone?
Where'd you think? He's an idiot. I suggest we wait here. He'll either come back to us or he won't.
What happened?
There's things that live in
I
sewers.
can't accept it.
What?
I can't accept that they died for nothing.
They might not have.
I say we go on, fanatics. Echoes coming from the sewers. We go on. I know how to get there.
Can I say something like seriously?
You can say whatever you want.
But sort of in queakish, but kind of half cough to see if she reacts to that, just in case she's on their side, because you know.
Do you have a language queakish test?
2 successes.
You cough. You drop a couple of queakish squeaks into your cough. Something that no human would recognise. She does not seem to respond to it.
Well, she's either very good or she's not with them.
We have to carry on. We can't let them die for nothing. Ow, the distance.
I can't leave him in there.
Yeah, we got to help him.
Yeah, let's go find him, and then
I don't have a sword anymore. I've lost it.
There'll be some up in the tunnel, I would imagine. Sounds like there's a lot of bodies. Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. She goes over to the body that's broken up against the grate. Pulls out a dagger. Right. I'll fucking have them.
Just calm yourself.
And she screams and runs into the tunnel.
What is it about fanatics?
And then quickly comes to a halt. I can't see! Have you got a lantern? You do not have a lantern.
No.
But how are we going to help?
We go slow.
I didn't even think.
We go slowly.
It's pitch black.
Who had the lanterns?
The dead people.
Both of them.
Yeah.
There's not one.
There were 6 in total originally, and they're not lanterns. There was 3 lanterns, but yeah.
So there's not one. If we backtrack, there's not one wedged with the body attached to a belt.
Test. Let's see if there's one there.
5 successes.
You don't find one by the body, but you do find a broken one off down by the side, meaning that it can no longer be shuttered.
But
it is there, and the oil is still intact in it. It hasn't fallen in the river. It's on the side. So yes, but you'll need to light it somehow. Basic problem.
Where's Elric when you need him?
Yeah, totally. Bang.
Are there any people around outside?
The bridge is quite some distance from where you currently are. There was people on that bridge. You can see the flickering lights and people under the bridge.
The shanty. I just want to ask someone for a light.
You're not even meant to be out.
Yeah, but neither are they in the shanty.
That's true. You could creep all the way up there if you want. It's not that far.
Do we have time? Yeah, we don't really have a choice. We can't go in without a light. So
you creep all the way along the edge of the waterline of the river, the bloody flow of the Teufel spilling by.
What was I thinking?
Half of the bridge underneath is lit up with small candles, the occasional lantern. There's walkways spreading between them. Yeah.
I just need a candle.
Yeah, you just need one of them to be relatively friendly as you make your way towards it. Do you have etiquette? Unless
they're noble? No.
No. An unexpected etiquette noble from Birdie. Very much. The things you know. You don't. But our girl has not only got etiquette criminals, she's also got etiquette servants.
Excellent.
As she goes, right, shh, let me do the talking. Comes forward and goes, oi, we need a light. And you hear, go on, fuck off before we bring the watch down on us. We just need a fucking light. We just need a light. What's all that noise? He says, and you can hear commotion from back where you are. I don't know. He says, oh, we just need a light. And then she goes, wait a minute. Can you get in the sewers from here? Do yourself a charm test as the older sister. I'm going to let you have, if you pass, a maximum of 1 success on it, though, because you're not actually doing the talking.
1 success.
Yeah.
But I do have attractive.
Yeah, well, that,
so
that
I will.
helps also.
I will just sit there and look pretty.
I'm so pretty.
Yeah. Ignore the shit.
As a broken-toothed man with scabs all over his face sticks a squinty eye out and goes, no, oh fuck. Looks at you. Shit. All right, come in. Pulls down a waxy hat over his ears. Go on, quick before I get in there. No one's meant to be in here. Not unless you come from here. Come on, get in. Slams it shut as you're in a relatively tight, cubby little hole with a makeshift door at the far end. And he peers out. About 5-6 seconds later, 4 outdoor soldiers and 2 Ubersreik yellow and blue watchmen come out. And you hear one going, where the bloody fuck are they? Ubersreiker says, not here. Also, we just go back. He says, no, we don't fucking go back. Oh, no. He says, I'm here. And you heard that howling. That's nothing to do with us. He said, look, we can't just be letting this sort of thing happen. People died today. He says, yeah, you're supposed to do. He says, not all people, though. Oh, shut the fuck up. He says, shut the fuck up, Sergeant.
I like him.
So he goes, oh, you fucking... Oh. Look, you're coming with us. Only because I'm being ordered to. He says, but I recommend you don't do too close to the water. Things live in it. Maybe we should go back to the streets and go down that way. He says, no, this is where the commotion's come. Oh, wait a minute. Footprints. And you hear from behind, shit. Right, let's get away. Quiet now. Do yourself stealth test. Not so quiet. Creak. As you're making your way through and you hear...
It's more like squelch, really, isn't it?
It really is. From within, and you hear from the outside, there's somebody in there. Oh, you don't want to be going in there. There's all sorts of gangs. You hear, and bad sorts, and they don't like you. They don't even like me. So I recommend, he says, that we just look at the hour. He says we could go get ourselves a nice cuppa. Shut the fuck up. I want enough with you. He says, well, nothing to do with me. I'm just following orders. And it comes up, there's a bang, bang, bang. And he goes, come on, quickly. As a relatively big bloke just drops down in front of you all. And he goes, oh, shit. He says, what are you doing? He says, Dazer, you're bringing the watch down on us again. He says, hey, Jim looks back. Oh, I see how it is. He says, what? What? He says, rescuing the damsels, are you? And he says, wait. That's about as intelligent as he manages. As there's a bang, bang, bang on the other side. Ah, fuck. He says, you go back and deal with him. What? I don't want to deal with him. He says, you go back and fucking deal with him. You're rotten teeth will send anyone off. Fucker. He makes his way by the rancid breath that comes from him. as he goes back, and you hear from behind, "Here, open up! What is it? Fuck! Told ya." And he says, "You girls with me. We only want to get ourselves down into the sewers. Get away from all this. You want to run?" Yeah. Well, what have you done?" "We killed a soldier." All right. Apparently quite likes the sound of that. Well, one says, "Hold up, obviously." All right. "Yeah, you can get to the sewers from there." He says, "But you ain't supposed to be here. We're meant to have, this place is supposed to be empty." He says, "Yeah, I heard it had all been cleaned out. What are you doing here?" He says, "Well, we're living, ain't we?" "All right." He says, "You can come through, but there's a tool." "What is it?" "Money." He says, "What have you got?" "I haven't got much." "Go on, cough up. Silver shilling, eh? You must have a silver shilling to you."
Aye.
"Right.
Safe passage.
Safe passage." "Right you are. Chuck it in." "Right, all right. Come this way." He says, "All right." You hear a, "Who's it?" He says, "It's me. I'm coming through." "Well, you're not supposed to be taking strangers in. You'll get the watch down on us again." He says, "Yeah, ain't happening." And lifts up, and on the other side, a man with an eyeball in the centre of his chin.
It's all right. He's legit now. It's fine.
Totally. As he sticks down, he says, "Girls?" He says, "Yeah, safe passage for them too. They paid." He says, "Don't pay me. I need tuppence."
Anyone who helps us
Oh, right.
doesn't go unrewarded.
"Yeah, thanks." He says, "Through you go, girls. Through you go."
Thank you.
"Oh, thanks very much."
Best charming smile.
You make your way through. 5 minutes later, you have worked your way through a whole host of dirty, horrible, back seedy tunnels without any form of real light beyond the occasional candle. A lot of it's fumbling.
Have we been able to light our lantern using one of these candles?
Yeah, totally.
Cool.
Until eventually, he says, "Here you go." Here we go. Where? He says, "This lifts up a large plank, and there is a gleaming Ubersreik. Manhole.
Nice.
Cover." She looks at it. "This ain't the one." "What do you mean it's not the one?" He says, "So you get in?" No, the one I'll go to," she says, "has got a bit of a rusty bit in the top corner. Right by the towers of the heraldry. This ain't it. There must be another one." "Oh, no. Come on." "No, that goes into someone else's territory." "So you know of it then?" "Yeah." "Well, safe passage to it." "Oh, safe passage to here." "Another shilling?"
Could you make an introduction for us?
"I'll take a shilling."
Get us there safely first.
"Show me that you got it."
She reaches in.
"You're all right."
I'm hanging on to this though. I'm not giving it to him just yet.
Just a couple of minutes later, he's up against a bit of wood, banging hard on it. And you're from the other side. "Yeah, what is it?" "We got someone who wants to enter the sewer here." "Yeah, sorry, son. We don't talk to your kind anymore." He says, "Come on." "Look, we don't want watch." He says, "There ain't no watch out after us." "There's trouble in the town. You hear it?" "It's nothing to do with us. We just went down in the sewers." "What you went down in the sewers for?" "I don't want down in the sewers." "No, want down in the sewers." "Dangerous down there." Then a face pops out, rather weaselly, long-nosed face. "Who'd you kill?"
Nobody. But we don't want to get blamed for killing anyone.
We didn't do nothing. She says. Yeah, combined charm check again. I have got 4 successes. I'm pretty pleased with myself. Oh no, 6. I have 6.
I have 1, 2, 3.
Failed.
6 fails.
Clearly does not like you at all.
Yeah.
But likes her.
That's fine.
He goes, ah. Yeah. You know my sister. Yeah. She says, I do? Who's your sister? Yanis. Who? Schwartz. Yanis Schwartz. Oh, I do know your sister. I know your sister. know your sister. Oh, on your sister. Let us through. You fuck off. All right. Fair enough.
I hand it over, but I don't let the other guy see
Wise
how much
move.
it is.
Sleight of hand test, please.
Oh, God.
To see how well you manage to do it. It is light.
I
It's very dark. You've got plus 20 on this.
I don't have sleight of hand, so
just do an dexterity test, please.
Oh, God. I failed by 1.
With a plus 20 on as well.
So my dexterity is 32. I rolled 60.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I have got. It's okay. I didn't notice that. I didn't like to. I'm rubbish. As you slide that over,
I tried to make it look like a handshake. Just.
You get taken through a seedy, dirty set of corridors where there's a bunch of people of various ages in almost horrible states of destitution. They are dirty, they are filthy. Some of them are crumbled around a tiny little fire. One of them's chewing on a bit of leather. As you skip by them, as they look at you somewhat desperately, you skim by, and he takes you over to a very muddy cover, which she brushes off. It is the one. Right, let's go.
Okay, back on track.
How's this going to long? Is this going to last for, eh? Roll a dice of doom. D10 roll. 8s are bad.
9.
Oh, phew. It's clear when you make your way down.
That's because everything's where Rykart is.
She looks left and looks right. Right, yeah, it's this way. We don't go too far this way. Then we go back up, and then it'll take us up into the bridge itself. So we have to go back, then round, and then up into the bridge. We'll go straight across the bridge from the other side, then go back down into the...
Okay.
As long as it's not blocked.
We'll find out.
Let's see if there's anything down there. Now, they are admittedly all elsewhere, so the chances of us encountering something are lower now. Roll a single d10. I have a 9. Let's see how well you do in comparison.
7.
Superb. We don't have a double. There are no signs of Queekish here. There
Also
are
good.
no underground markings. As you then move above ground and then go into a far more clean area, as we go into the underneath of the bridge and go through a long secret passage that goes across the entirety of the bridge and slides back down to a long corridor, down there into a manhole, lift the manhole, go down there into it, down to a small grate, open the grate that she has the key for, taking you out onto the other side. Oh, right enough of the city.
Nicely navigated. Impressive.
You ready?
Can we hear wolf?
Nope.
Okay.
It should be clear from here, eh? Yeah? Roll yourself a d10, let's see if it is. I have an 8. Go on, double 8. Yes! I mean...
Given how this evening has gone, this is not a surprise.
I'm going to let Fate roll. Roll D100 and tell me what you roll, please. Let's go find my table for this.
69. This is worrying.
Oh, you've missed the all-important word in that one. 69, dude! You can't do a 69 without a Bill and Ted reference.
Duly noted.
It just has to be done. Right, so you go skittering up the edge there, and skittering up the edge, down along the sewers.
Well, I was brought up Skaven,
Yeah,
so
you
skittering
were.
I might
Skittering
do.
makes sense. And you've got the lantern. She's ahead. She's checking left, right, left, right. She goes left. She goes right. You make your way along there, and then she goes down.
Deliberately or accidentally?
Oh, it is not on purpose.
Right.
Down.
Big hole.
Sewage splashing down into the big hole below. It does not look good down there. Can I have an endurance test on yourself, please?
Okay. 2 successes.
And can I please have a cool test on yourself, please?
Yes. 3 successes.
Sweet. It stinks down there. It's pretty bad. And she's landed in the worst of it. Splash. Which immediately causes her to vomit. It's fair.
Most folk do.
Most folk do. There's rats down there. They're curling around. Some of them are already somewhat curiously moving towards where she is. It's quite a drop. Do you have anything that can get somebody up from quite a drop?
I generally have rope about my person now because I'm a
Yes,
barge.
we did say that. I'm quite happy with that.
Because I've been practicing.
Yes, I'm doing your knots. You even have got the all-important talent.
Rope work!
Rope work has really paid off for you, hasn't it?
It really has.
I mean, you don't even need to do a test to do a secure rope.
Yeah.
Tie that up, throw that down, do yourself a ballistical test because it needs to go over towards her a bit. It is easy, plus 20.
Okay. 3 successes.
Okay, splashes over towards her as she, let's see what sort of state she's in. She's already lost wounds from earlier. Wow, she's passed that test really well. She's taken a couple of wounds. She's a bit hurt, but it's enough for her to try and pull herself up. It's going to be a strength test.
If she can hang on, I can also pull up and
Yeah,
assist.
do yourself a strength test as well. Assist. Let's see who does better out of the 2.
2 successes.
I have 3, so that means 4 successes in total. She's 1 success away from getting to the top. Second test, I have flubbed that. I put no successes on this one.
If she can hang on to the rope, I got 4 successes.
That's enough. That means you've got 4 successes in a row as you pull her back up and out, and she stinks. She is slimy with it. All over her, down her back, in her hair, absolutely covered. Now, you're not in the greatest place, but you've been sluiced off by a river, back into the sewers, back out the sewers, into this area, into that
Plus,
area.
this is my life, so...
And she's...
Get it all out.
Perception test, please.
5 successes.
5 successes. Upon hearing that, you can hear something creeping up from behind.
I put my hand over her mouth to go, shh, there's something here. And I wrap the lantern in between the 2 of us. Try not to...
It very likely may go out if you're not careful.
I'll try and be...
That's going to let light free.
I'll just have to try and be careful.
Do your best if you can. Can have a dexterity test.
Or at least use my body to shield it.
Sounds good. Dexterity test then.
Dex is not my friend. No, 3 fails.
3 fails. Do love it. Light is splattering across.
But it's still lit.
As I'm going to throw this at you. I mean, I threw it at you.
Literally.
As stink into the stone, a star, triangular, on itself.
Familiar.
Oh yeah, someone's just thrown some sort of scathing star at you.
I will say in Queekish.
Love it.
What are you doing? You're interfering. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
As there's a moment and what? As it screams, no! Yellow Fang! It says, not a word you know, or at least a thing you know. What do you respond to that?
What do you think?
It's a classic.
Desperate times.
You're great at this. Can I just have a neat fellowship test, please?
Oh, God.
In fact, no. A language Queekish test, please.
Okay, that's not good. 2 successes.
I do not have the brightest Skaven in the world. It was just going for an opportunistic throw at something. It runs
Good.
Quite beyond its capacity for understanding. Doesn't get it. Doesn't want to screw up someone else's thing and get blamed for it. So just runs.
Taking that. Might come in handy. You never know.
Toss it yourself later.
Totes.
Yeah, totally. It's exactly how it got it.
There you go.
Taking that.
We're all about recycling in the Skaven homeworld.
As she goes, What was that? What was that? What are you saying?
Don't ask, it's a long story. Suffice to say, we can carry on.
I need to step around this. The worst of her is already rubbed off on you when you were pulling in tight. Carry on.
I'm gonna need a bath later.
Keeping her quiet is going to be hard. Apparently it's not. She just critted her endurance test. How many doubles am I going to roll this evening? It's been quite remarkable.
Just stop rolling 88s. That's my only request.
No, I quite like those. As they creep along there. Do some stealth test as well.
Oh God. I do have stealth underground, so...
This is your forte, or you roll 100. You rolled 100. Double. Oh, this is the best. Alrighty.
You're just the worst. It's just rubbing off on me.
I've got to show you, just because, yet again, that's what I rolled for my perception test. 88. So, you fumbled, I fumbled, fumbles all over the place. You hear a crack from behind you, slip into the effluvium flow yourself, slide, clearly your boots got covered in her filth, you fall into the filth, neck deep, lose yourself another wound, as you go underneath for a moment and pull yourself up, covered in the worst that Ubersreik has to offer, as further down the way, that which was attempting to find you, falls over, slips, bashes its tail against that, and goes, which you hear from that side, as she goes, run, and goes pelted off. Do yourself an agility test not to douse your lantern.
Agility is not my strong suit. One fail.
Oh! As it goes poop and under, and you're plunged into darkness.
Does the thing with the tail behind us have a source of light?
Up you come from it, and it's pitch black down here. You know that normally they don't need one, but they often carry one sometimes. As she goes, what do we do? I don't know what to do. It's all dark. Breathe. I'm gonna pass my cool test. I'm fine. 22. She crits her cool test. Right, we gotta kill this fucker. She says,
I'm with you.
We just have to go. Right, quiet, stealthy like. Creeping along. I know the way. We're really close now. This is the most ridiculous session I've ever seen. More doubles rolled this session.
I'm here for it.
This is great.
It's awesome.
No fortune points. Who knows what's going to happen? Everybody's dead. Creep. I'm going to do for her a navigation test to see how it works. She no longer has lights. And of course, she rolled 11. I'm going to roll again to see what my total thing. I flubbed it again for the second one, so she's got one success, but she did crit. So I'm going to turn that crit. She's only got one success. She's going in the right direction. But for her crit, I'm going to have it that she's accustomed to the place. She's in a place that she's familiar. She understands where to go. I no longer need to do navigation tests. She's going to go in the right direction, assuming that the good old dice of doom don't fail us. So roll your die, and I'll roll mine.
Just one?
Oh, yeah, just one. Do we roll a double? What have you got?
I rolled an 8.
I've got 1, so I'm way from that. That would have been funny, but no. Another 88 would have just been dreams come true.
I'm just doing this for you.
Unbeknownst to the pair of them, well, unbeknownst to you at least, you pass underneath the walls of Black Rock. It's one of the few tunnels that go through the walls, because the walls go down underground. They got deep foundations. And you pass through one of the soul tunnels that makes its way through. This ain't in any map, she says. Used to be a separate sewer system, got connected. She says, about 100 years ago, they were living down here during some invasion or another. And they knocked through a whole bunch of different places so that they could get up. They lived underground for about 4 or 5 months, I was told.
Impressive.
Yeah, I spoke to the dwarf what helped. And,
that would make sense.
Yeah, he had lots of tales to say about it. I was here on behalf of my master. And makes her way through. You're now in the sewers that lie beneath Black Rock. These are far tighter, far smaller, They don't have the big, wide, almost arching, vaulted chambers that you have been making your way through so far. These are tighter tunnels. And it takes a good hour and a half, even though you're right by your target location to get through. It's because it's so dark. And you just have to be careful. You're both wounded. You're both a bit hurt. You're both covered in poo. And you're crawling through it as well. There is going to be an endurance test for this one. Of course I passed it, because this woman apparently is God's gift to dice rolls. Two successes there too. Nicely done. As you crawl,
I am in my favoured terrain.
Eventually, bang, bang, clop. Help.
Yeah.
Strength test, please. Oh, she passed.
0 successes.
Oh, that's excellent. Perfect. As you slide it through, and light. It may be dark out there.
Blessed
but
light.
It seems so light. Real air. Can I please have please throw my dice around like an idiot. Please have an endurance test. Okay. Yeah, I'm cool. That's me.
1 success.
And you're out. You are in a garden. The edge of it. You imagine this garden probably looked very nice at the beginning of the year, but no one's tending it anymore. Everything's a bit wild. That looks like once it was a very nicely shaped bush. It's now growing a bit wild.
Topiary gone to rack and ruin kind of thing. Okay.
Tall walls, and this close, these buildings, this castle is huge. As she looks at herself in the wan moonlight and goes, "Fuck, we're going to stand out to anyone what we do say."
Find a water butt.
There's a well.
That'll do.
It's actually quite close to here. It's on the other side of the gardens. Let's keep that way.
Yeah. We've got a water.
It's unlikely you're going to be spotted, but we should probably roll it anyways. And the reason I'm looking down is because I yet again dropped my die. So, let's see. I have 2 fails.
Am I just rolling
A
2D? A stealth.
If you don't have stealth, Urban, you're
just agility.
Yeah, just agility.
No, that's a 55.
Oh, you fumbled? Yeah. Nicely done. And you're creeping along.
I'm squelching again. It makes
squelch,
it
very... Squelch.
I'm a
She
stink.
squelch. And the smell rises from the pair of you. And it alerts some dogs.
Is there a potting shed or something?
Not here. Over there you can see what looks like some sort of cottage that a gardener might have had. The woofs are coming from the other side. And she goes, shit.
Drop the clothes.
And you hear a voice on the other side saying, "Oh, bloody hell, do be quiet. Bloody dogs." You say you're ditching your clothes.
Well, no. If he's going to call them in, we won't have to. But my plan is, if they pursue, then we'll leave the clothes. Wouldn't be the first time I've ended up naked at the end of an adventure.
I know. She says, "Maybe we should roll around in the dirt."
Good shout. Well, we can kind of clad ourselves, like like Pebble Dash, but with the dirt.
Poo and earth. All of you.
Good growing conditions.
Well, yeah. If only we were growing our own little gardens.
Something might end up growing on me anyway at this rate. Is that another 88?
No, he's rolling. I wonder how well the dogs are going to respond on the other side. 99.
Bless them.
They're clearly... What the fuck is wrong with this evening? They are clearly caught up with being told off. Down. No, I'll have none of it. No, down. Kennels. Rolling around in the earth. You now look like 2 brown people. Covered in dirt, top to toe.
Not mud
and
people.
Poo. Muddy people that are just gone weird. Wow. Well, as she looks at you. Are you ready? She says, "Let's get to the well first."
Good shout.
Have a stealth test, please.
Oh, God.
I passed this time.
I didn't. 3 fails.
3 fails. It's okay. I rolled 0, 0. The guy over there is probably just falling down the well with the way this evening's going. You make your way by, trying to be quiet, not being that quiet, bits of yuck falling off you, leaving a nice smelly trail behind you as you go.
Yeah, and a cloud of ick.
A cloud, a miasma of horror. On the other side, you can hear a conversation going on. Yeah, we don't want to be going out city walls. As the other one says, yeah, I had like, well, it was the third, they're gone. And he says, yeah, no. We're going to be doing the patrols tomorrow. Ah, nah. As you pass by them and arrive at the well, she pulls it up. Buckets. Seems so insufficient to the horrendous task.
We're just going to sluice ourselves.
Let's see how quickly you do it. Can I have an agility test, please?
Stop making me roll these. I'm bad at them.
We're going to see how long it's going to take before someone comes to
Three
this
fails. I don't know how wells work.
Can I have another roll, please? You don't know how what works? Wells. No, it's just so much cleaning to do.
4 fails.
4 fails. Nicely done. And again, please. And that's me now clean.
3 fails and a fumble. I think I just put dirt on myself.
What did you roll?
66.
Splash. And there was something in the bucket.
Oh, good. Slime, too. Or a frog. Something worse. Dead body.
Pull it up and you slop out an amoeba.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Which falls over your body and immediately attempts to digest you.
Well, it can fuck right off.
Lose a wound. As it's
This
now
is like
going...
death by 1,000 cuts. Thankfully.
Was that contested stress test? I roll 88. Of course I did.
Of course you. 0 successes.
Yeah, you
Get off!
though.
Get off!
You pull at the slimy
Hell
material.
no!
Do yourself a cool test. Pull at the slimy material and try to slop it down towards the ground.
6 successes.
You manage to hold yourself from screaming because you can feel the burn in your face as you slop it down. It throws up a pseudopod in your direction, a part of its body. And might actually hit. I didn't roll a double. Rolls 13, 1 success. Do yourself a dodge, I presume. Did you completely fumble it? Of course you fumbled it. What did you roll?
100. I've never seen so many doubles in a session in my life. This is
that's,
insane.
100, so that's 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 wounds.
I have 13 wounds.
So you're down to 0. Do yourself an endurance test, please.
I get to take -5.
Yes, you get to take your toughness
so,
off that. So you're fine.
So I can't do maths. 8.
You got 5 left. You got what your toughness was.
Yeah.
So that goes fire, wallops you in the face, felt like a proper punch to your face.
I hate amoebas.
Don't you just? So you got the initiative. She is going to do a cool test, which she has failed, as she backs off from it completely shocked.
They are weird.
Yeah. Best all looking ever. You walloping it with?
I don't have advantage, do I?
No, you do not.
So that's 1 fail.
What are you walloping with?
My sword.
Assuming that we haven't lost it along the way, there's a possibility. So let's roll to see what you've actually got. Okay, for your sword, we can do ourselves. We'll do ourselves. That seems unfair. Let's just do a melee basic roll for your general handling of your weapon.
1 success and a crit.
Okay, then I will allow you to keep 3 weapons of your choice.
Does that include the ones concealed in my hair?
That includes the ones concealed in your hair.
Okay, they're just knives. So I'm going to keep my barge pole, my sword, and...
Barge pole, I would probably recommend dropping since you've gone through lots of tiny corridors that were...
Oh, well, to be fair, there are loads on the barge, so that's not a
loads
problem.
of them,
so get rid of the barge pole.
So you've still got your sword, though. That's important.
Got my sword, my boat hook, and my sling.
Sling, and you can have your rope too.
Yeah.
That sounds perfect. Okay, and we'll still give you a chunk of bullets as well for your sling. That'll be perfect.
Thank you.
Lovely. So that's what we've got left. So pulling out the sword and stabbing the fucker. So you got -1. I got -4. So that's 3 plus your strength, please. Give me it. Launches. Oh wow, I rolled badly.
So 3 plus my strength.
Yeah, your weapon bonus.
Oh,
Yeah,
9.
So 9, so good, that's 12. Yeah, it's not down yet. It's rolled -5 to hit you.
Okay. I rolled 6 successes.
Okay, so you won by 11. You've got advantage now. You can wall it back if you wish.
Yes.
As it slithers and tries to wrap itself around your feet.
1 success.
As you slam down, it gets 4. You push down, it goes right through it, and boom, it pushes up, and it's attempting to grapple, and I have fumbled.
1 success. Up yours, amoeba.
Fuck you.
I am not being taken over by an amoeba from a well.
The amoeba from the well pushes up 2 pseudopods to either side of your face, completely missing you on both sides, and then tries to grapple, swipes through the air above, but giving you something easy to slice through, causing it to dissolve in front of you. As she goes, what the fuck? What the fuck was that?
Oh, that's an amoeba. At least we didn't meet it in the tunnels.
Cool as you like. Just them people. I ain't never seen one of them before.
Think yourself lucky. They're really annoying. And they don't half burn.
Yep, you can feel it.
Hmm.
I wonder if anyone heard us.
What are the chances?
Well, I'm going to roll 3 times.
Okay.
For first one's rolled 72, I'm going to make that a fail. Next one's rolled 81, that is definitely a fail. The last one, the best of them, is going to have a 65% chance of passing, and clearly is doing a P. And continues to do a P over there as you're splashing away with your amoeba, you fucker.
Get off! Yeah.
Dead. I can't believe I failed.
I can't believe I chucked down an amoeba on my own head. It's just the way today's going.
Splosh.
Okay.
You're currently in Blackrock Castle, in its grounds. She knows the way to go. You've sluiced yourself off. You now only half smell of poo.
Great.
It's only a half poo situation.
Smashing.
She's clear. And
Gosh,
she's like, I think it's probably the best we can get, aye? But we just go.
Yeah. Just in case the amoeba had a wife. Or a husband.
Okay.
Nope.
How many?
5 fails. Stealth is not my... I don't never have to go stealthily anyway. I'm 6'7" with white hair. I don't have to practice that.
It's fair. You creep your way through the remainder of the garden. Slosh, 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 slosh. Your clothing is clearly weighing you down. It's slapping against everything that you're going by. It's wet. It's half filled with poo. You smell. She keeps on looking back and going, shh.
I'm so sorry.
Shh, not so loud.
She rolls her eyes really loudly.
There's hundreds of soldiers here. They'll kill ya. Says, they'll kill ya.
It's not my fault. Sneaking's not my forte.
Oh, do a bit better.
I'll just turn it.
Roll again. You can't do worse than what you already have done.
82. Only 4 fails.
But we gotta stop.
5 fails.
You're like a blooming knight back there, marching about, making all the noises in the world. Then you hear a voice. There's been a kerfuffle down by the sewers on the south side. We should probably be doing something about that. And you hear, no, leave it to locals. Yeah. No, well, you know, with all the troubles that we've been having, no, leave it to locals. Look. How about I put it a different way? The good general's probably going to make us do it anyway, and we're going to have to tell him that it's happening, so why don't we show a little bit of that, you know, that thing that he always tells us that we have to do. What? Something. Yes, well, you know, inspiration, is it? He says, no, it's not. Initiative. Well, whatever. Initiative, inspiration, whatever. We should probably be doing that, shouldn't we? She says, let's creep away while they're talking to each other. What's that smell? It's one of them. Stealth test. Oh. Oh.
Only one fail this
Only
time.
one fail. They might catch you. So, first one does not on 83. Other one fumbles on 66. Yeah, no. As he says, "No, I've had enough. No!" Starts shouting. No. We do not want to go the same way as the third. What do you know? No! You saw what happened to them. Well, we didn't want a war with the Trot. You know their motto: kill your brothers. I'm vague, and they're like my third cousins. It doesn't make you a brother. Third cousins, he says shrilly. We're all, and you hear a oi, shotty. Excuse me. Oh, sorry, my lord. Third cousins, he shouts back. Quickly. She says, we can go away through from here. Stealth test.
2 fails.
Oh, well, that's more than enough. Given the racket that he's making.
I'm getting better. You didn't
fumble. That's the important thing in that particular test. As long as you didn't fumble, that one was going to be a pass. As she reaches out, goes through a small corridor and goes, right, we should be safe for a while because no one comes into this part of Black Rock. At least they didn't anyway.
Can I empty out my boots?
Yeah, take a moment.
Is there anything around to wipe ourselves down with?
You are currently in an open courtyard.
Oh, fair enough. I wasn't sure if it was
it's
a
a bit
storeroom.
dusty, but there's a statue in the centre of it. She looks over and goes, "I wonder who that is, eh? Doesn't matter anymore, eh?" You can see that it's been beheaded. Oh, you can see who it is. You think that might be Gerhardt's dad?
They can fix it.
Gerhardt can fix that, right?
Yeah. Probably wasn't even a very good one.
No.
You know how he feels
awful.
about it.
Yeah, Sigismund Jungfreud.
Yeah.
Might be one of his ancestors, actually. It might not be his dad. They might all be called Sigismund for all you know.
Oh, well, yeah.
In fact, maybe one of them was called Sigismund. You have a brother called Sigismund.
Yes,
So
many siblings.
You have no idea. As she goes, "Are we ready?" And she heads over towards another tower. Goes up to it. Opens it, and you hear a voice from the other side say, "Yeah, who is it?" "It's me." "What the fuck were you doing back here?" Yes. "We're gonna do it." And you hear the voice say, "Alright, fair enough. Go on in." "What the fuck is that?" He says, "What's that smell?" "We came through the sewers. You know, I came up through the sewers." "Yeah." Looks at you. "Bloody hell, she's huge. You've got yourself a shit monster." She says.
Hard to argue with that, really.
"You're going to have to cut your hair, love. You got a lot of shit in that."
I grab him by the front and go, "Nobody touches my hair."
He says, "She's an old looking." "Right. And you wait here. How about you get yourself a bath first, eh?" "Oh, what?" "Get yourself a bath. I'll tell you here." She looks at you. "Should we have a bath first?"
Tell who that we're here.
"Who I work for."
Who do you work for?
"Yeah." And he says, "She's in." "Right. Yeah, I'll probably better have a bath if I see her like this. She's going to be really upset." "Yeah, you're right, she is. She's not going to like it one bit." Looks at you. "She's fucked. She probably shouldn't go up." "Oh, why not? Look at her. She's a shit monster."
I can have a bath.
She looks at you. "Yeah, let's have a bath." "You fuck. I'll go up."
Best adventure ever. Do like a good bath.
But apparently, the assassination attempt of the General von Dabernick has a bath interlude.
I love it. I pull out a sachet of bath salts that I always have on my person.
Almost unbelievably, this place has piped hot water.
What magic is this?
And we do have ourselves a half-hour bath scene. It's almost like we're watching some sort of fan service anime. Splish, splash, splosh. Get all the shit out of ourselves.
Yeah.
They even have, they even have all the necessary grooming equipment.
Awesome.
It takes longer than half an hour in her case to get most of that crap out of her hair. There's an awful lot of sluicing, buckets, but eventually she's pretty clean. And then sprayed at the end with rose water.
Best adventure ever.
Towels, sadly, have to be her garb because her clothes are minced.
I know that I can style them out. Are
This
they?
is not the first time.
Are they better or worse than the Knights Pantera?
They're worse.
These are not good
These
towels.
are not as good as the ones that you had in the Knights from the Knights Panther.
For goodness sake. I fashioned myself a little skirt and boob tube.
She does the same as you're eventually brought up 15 flights of stairs.
At least I don't have to sneak.
Quite. Till eventually at the top, there's 2 guards. They both look, let's go for the more rough and ready side of the soldiering profession. Scarred, heavily moustached, badly shaven. Both with their arms folded. Outdoor arms. And she goes, as she knocks on the door. And you hear, yes, do come in. It's a study with a window that looks out over Ubersreik. You can see the very tall tower, the big horn, just off to the left-hand side. Scrolls and books line the walls. Cubby holes. A big long table covered with stacks of yet more parchment, scrolls, writing everywhere, pens, and young women. Mid-20s, maybe, but you're terrible with age. Human. A young human woman. That will do.
They live forever. Skaven are much easier.
Yeah, they are. Now, Skaven you can age pretty well, but humans are tough. You're thinking young, probably. Probably old.
Not wrinkled.
Older than you. She's not wrinkled. Definitely older than you. She has on a very impressive dress with dragons woven up its length and then spilling across her breasts.
Gerhardt would love that.
Quite.
I mental note.
She stands, interestingly, as you enter. Oh, so very good to see that you've managed to make it, and with an accomplice. As she smiles and curtsies in her towel as best she can.
I do a really good curtsy.
You've got etiquette nobles.
Yeah, I do. I make the towel look
as
good.
An eyebrow shoots up at this, and she goes, "Well, how fascinating! Who have you brought with you?" She says, "This here is possibly the brother or sister. I mean," she says, "it's been a long night." Well. Why don't you sit yourself down? It would be nice if we got you some clothing. I'm a little bit disappointed that you didn't get given clothing. He says, "Oh, I think he was trying to ogle us through the door, actually."
That happens a lot.
And looks at you. Middenlander, I would guess from your accent. Why don't you have a seat, my dear? What's your name?
Most folk call me Birdie.
Birdie. She says, Birdie. Ah, so you'll know you, then.
Funnily enough.
Interesting. And this is who you brought to me. She's an assassin.
I roll my eyes.
As she goes, is she now? Well, this is an interesting turn of events. You've done very well, she says, but this is no assassin per se. No, I'm going to dispute that, your ladyship. She says, I have dragged all their leaders through the sewers and got them all killed. and she was one of them, who is what with me. And of course, you brought her here. Why? Well, because it's what you ordered me to do. Says, I ordered you to fetch him. This is not him. This is his sister. No. No, I'm sorry to say, I do not think that this is his sister. Where is he? In the sewers somewhere? We've lost him. Is something to do with the sewer jacks?
He has anger management issues.
As she says, So the guildmaster was on another one of his tantrums and looks at you. So, you'll be Birdie. You're much more magnificent than I expected.
Why, thank you.
Says, I imagine if your hair was out and you were in a nice frock, you would be rather impressive.
I certainly look better than I do in a towel.
So what has caught you up with this rabble?
It's a very long story, and not one that I planned. I heard that they'd been causing riots, and Father Holst, the Ulrican Temple, asked me to go and have a word. I thought if I could get them on side.
But she joined them and she tried to kill people. Is this true?
Tried. No. Succeeded? Yes. It's what I do. It's what I'm good at.
So what was your goal exactly? She says as she smiles at you.
To get Reichardt to trust me.
And to what end?
He might be my brother.
See, that's what I said. Brother! She says, that is very unlikely. I'm quite aware of his parentage. She says, and there is no errant daughter. Oh.
Do I still have the locket?
That is a good question. No, he was taking that back.
I assumed as much.
The
but I will mention, he wears a locket, and the picture in it is a spit at me.
Yeah, fascinating.
Somebody called Magdalena?
Ah, Magdalena. No.
It was worth a try.
You have not done frightfully well. Came through the sewers, and they're all dead now. One finds it very unlikely that the actual quarry is dead. No, there is no way he survived that. And would you agree with my agent's assessment of the situation?
Rat catchers versus him? I put money on him, if I'm honest. Sorry, but you've seen him fight.
Well, we shall find out tomorrow. She says, she takes out a quill and starts writing down. We shall see if the guildmaster is in business or not. If he is, we can bring him up, can't we? Yeah, good. I'm glad you succeeded after all. Although I would have much preferred if you'd managed to bring him here. You know, I have things that we needed to discuss, which, sadly, if he's dead, we won't be able to discuss, will we? No. Says, but you did manage to bring this one and ensure that she survived. Although, the fact that you have been killing soldiers of Arthur means that you are a murderer.
I have been called that before.
Which means for the moment, we're going to have to arrest you.
It's very inconvenient.
It is it not? I shall speak to you, May. She says, she and I know each other rather well. And if she vouches for you and gives me a good reason for not imprisoning you, I might consider doing exactly that. But that will unfortunately be that. Can you please escort her down to the cells? Well, she says, and can you escort yourself as well? Because you took part in that particular attack. We know. No, I didn't. Yes, there's a difference between being undercover and being a murderess. I was doing it for the better good. The greater good is typically what they say, my dear. And might I go further and say that is never, ever acceptable. The dark gods find ways into every soul, and that is one of the ways. You were rather foolish, my dear, and we are going to have a discussion about this. You're not dead, though. That is in your... No, just take it away. need this. Come with me. She says somewhat deflated.
I suppose. Can I get some clothes if I'm going to get locked up?
We'll get something for you, don't worry.
Thank you.
She says. And you are indeed escorted down to a cell.
Just on the way out, it's like, who do I have the pleasure of addressing?
She looks at you. No one of any import for the moment.
Uh-huh. So, I'll ask her.
And so she says, I'm not saying anything. I don't want to get in her bad books. She called me a murderess. Fuck, I'm in trouble. Like you're a co-conspirator.
Yeah. So, are we being escorted? Or
No,
is she just...
she's just taking you down.
Well, screw that.
There are 2 soldiers on the outside, though.
Well, wait until we're out of their eye shot, and then I am going to attempt to make good my escape.
What are you going to do?
Well, I reckon I can find my way back to the sewers if I can.
So, how are you making your escape? I mean, what's your plan?
Are
you just running?
I don't want her setting the alarm. I'm not going to kill her. Don't look at me like that.
I didn't look at you anyway.
Oh, yeah,
you can do
did.
whatever you want.
So she's trusting you to escort me.
She says, "Yep."
So if I were to club at you, it wouldn't be your fault if I were to make a break for it.
I'd like to see you try.
Of course. You are pretty good in a fight.
She says, I survived.
So did I.
Well,
More
are
times.
you coming or not?
There's almost a sort of happiness to it between the two of us. Well, you can't expect me to go without a fight, so I'll give it a go. But if she wins, fair.
She'll let you go. She'll even let you strike first.
Okay.
Your melee brawl test gives you
88.
Because of course it is. Yeah, she's done far better than that. It's almost hilarious. As you turn around and your elbow comes up together. She ducks under and just clacks your chin straight up, clacks against your teeth, and then hits you hard with her elbow on the side of your head.
Nice.
Knocking you out.
As I go out, it's like respect. I had to try.
Of course it was an 88.
I had to try.
Yeah, of course you did.
But given the weight, I'm assuming nothing else happens because it was.
3 days later, you've been given a relatively simple frog.
Do I get to keep the towels?
The towels are no longer there. In the next cell is her. She doesn't talk. I imagine you probably talked at her a bit.
I want to know how she learned to fight so well, and who the hell I got involved in.
Not saying anything. It's on day 3 that a man comes down and comes in and says, "You done fucked up, didn't you?" And she replies, "No, I didn't fuck up. I thought I'd done really well. I've done everything right. It just didn't quite work. It's what I'm saying. You done fucked up. There's 60 people dead, love. I didn't expect it to work. I persuaded him not to go, but this one over here, he goes and he just runs. He just goes and it's a total fucking mess. You done fucked up." He says, "You know how much trouble you're in." "Oh, I know how much trouble I'm in." "Is she going to hang me?" "Oh, I don't know." You done fucked up. She's, you know what she's like when she's angry. "Oh, no, she hasn't got that twitchy thing going, does she?" "Oh, that means she's really angry. You fucking car!" She says, addressing you for the first time in the last 3 days.
Oh, you're talking to me now. Nice.
"Fuck you! You gone ruined everything."
I'm sorry. I kept you alive.
Face comes round. A dirty, badly shaven, brown-haired man with dark brown eyes looks in and goes, "Oh, she's a looker.
Cheers.
Prettier than you." Says, Shut it! It might be his sister. Yeah, well, he's dead now, isn't he? What? He's dead. You're fucking kidding me. I succeeded. I succeeded! Yes! Yes, I'm going to be praised. Oh, yeah! Yeah! So, what happened? He made the mistake of trying to go against the rat catchers. You blinder. That don't make up for the 60 dead soldiers, though, does it? That wasn't my fault. You stabbed one of them yourself. I didn't do a killing blow. He says, the wolves did that bit. Oh, it was her fault. You can't be assigning blame to other people, love. Sticks back out. Does look a bit like him, though, doesn't she?
Why do you think I checked him out? Seems reasonable.
Out. Yeah. Looks back on this side. Looks back. Looks back. She's pretty, eh? Stop it, will ya? So, am I getting out of here or not? No idea. I just thought I'd come down and gloat. Look back. And have a peek. Right, I'm fucking off. Oh, shit. But he's dead. Yep. He's dead. I've done my mission then. I've done my mission. My mission didn't say I couldn't kill people on the way. It didn't, did it? Did it? You tell her it didn't! He goes a wee giggling to himself. I might have been lying to you. She says.
You think?
I might have been lying to... Well, it's my job.
What's your job?
A spy?
Well, I kind of gathered that much.
That's my job, she says.
So who's she?
Who's who?
The woman you took me to see?
It's who I work for.
Well, yeah, who is she?
Well, I ain't in my position to say.
You're boring.
I might be boring, but I'm alive.
Yeah, me
and
too.
I've done my job. You're probably in a lot of trouble, ain't you?
I'm always in a lot of trouble. My life is trouble. Sucks.
How many people did you kill?
I have no idea. I've lost count.
No, I mean here.
Oh, right. Oh, I don't know. I don't count. I lost count after the first 4,000.
I mean here.
Yeah.
During the attack.
Yeah, I don't count. I just stab. It's... Who knows?
All right.
One?
Just in case
two.
it goes to court.
Well, I'm only one person. It can't have been that many.
Yeah, now the word court comes up. I see you suddenly changing your tune.
No, I'm actually genuinely thinking. I don't know. I don't really. I kill first, then ask questions later.
Oh, might be to your benefit.
Mm.
All right, she says. How about we keep it nice and simple, and I'll see if I can turn you.
All right.
She says, and make you a useful asset rather than someone what is going to be needed to be killed.
You want to recruit me?
Yeah. She says, as a little hand pops out, and you see it across it and pulls back again from the other side of the...
Talk me through the package.
Well, she says, I'll work for somebody who has a host of things what have to be done, many of which involve stabbing first and asking questions later.
So you are actually looking for an assassin?
Well, that's just one part of a wider set of skills that could be of use, and you appear to have absolutely nothing in the way of what normal people would consider to be morals.
Oh yeah, overrated.
Yeah, well, that's almost certainly gonna... Door opens on the other side. Fuck! She says,
To be continued.
Loudly. Probably not. Yeah, time for you to go. Shit! I think we should probably recruit her. Says, yeah, nice try. Looks back round. Hello, love. Right, come on. Oh, shit, all right, I'm coming. See you later, love.
Good luck.
Come on. I'm fucked. Then says she goes out, leaving you alone to your lonely self.
Most peace I've had in ages.
You know the best bit is? Meals?
Yeah. Bed?
Comfortable?
Yeah.
This is far better than any time that you were, for example, back with your old master many, many, many years ago.
Nobody's trying to poison me. Nobody's laced it with drugs.
Yeah.
This is awesome.
It's another day before he comes down. Your turn.
Okay.
He says, "Are you coming peacefully?"
I suppose.
He says, "You better." Do I have to manacle you?
Nah.
Yeah, I think I do. Arms out, please.
Giving me a weapon.
Clack.
Nice.
Actually, you're a piece of work. Unlocks it again. Arms behind your back, please. Clack, clack. That'll make it harder.
You reckon?
Pushes. I hope so. And then pushes you forward. You are huge. I ain't never seen a lady as big as you, except for that elf. What I did arrest about 2 years ago. Yeah, she was pretty tall. She was taller than you, actually. Yeah, yeah. He says as he pushes you up the stairs. 14 flights to go, love.
Oh, I hate this place. So many stairs.
She likes being up high so she can look at everyone, you know.
I suppose the view's worth it. Off we go.
Gets to the top. There's 2 soldiers on the outside, different 2 to the ones you saw last time. Bang, 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 bang. And you hear from inside, "Yes, wait a moment, I'm just finishing something." All right. Stops. As one of the guards says, "It's her again." And the other one says, "Yeah, I carried you down the other day."
Oh, yeah.
Says, Yeah. We got called up because you caused a fuss.
I do that. Soz. Hope I wasn't too heavy.
He says, "Yeah, nothing to you, trust me." As he says, Yeah, keep your banter to yourselves, lads." "Right, sir." Then you hear "You may come." Opens the door. There you go. She's sitting behind her desk with a quill. "Sit down. Let me just finish this, please. Thank you." Looks at you. "I see you've been dressed."
Cheers.
"So, I have had quite an interesting conversation with one of my agents who tells me that you're potentially an asset. Is that the case? Or is she mistaken? What do you think?
I think I have a lot to offer the right employer.
Tell me what you think you have to offer. And
Well,
let's see how that balances out on the scales of justice. Because on the other side, we have crimes that need
Indeed.
to be addressed.
I've got connections you probably wouldn't expect.
I am already pleased. It depends what those connections are.
Well, you already know about Yume.
I do.
I don't know how much you know about who Yume's travelling with.
I know everything about who Yumi's travelling.
Good. I'm glad. I am a reasonably skilled killer, which I appreciate isn't really an argument in my favour.
Let's circle back to connections, please.
Yes.
That I won't expect. I like the unexpected. So, sell yourself.
How familiar are you with the tunnels under the city?
She looks at you. Well, I do believe you passed through there very recently.
Nice sewers, by the way.
They are they not?
They're fabulous. Midnight could learn a thing or two.
I'm sure you could. I've never been to Middenheim.
It's nice.
She says
Cold.
as she looks at you. You are a striking figure. Not difficult to identify, unfortunately.
I have ways of...
She said that you mentioned you attempted to dye your hair and it failed.
Yeah.
Why?
Won't take.
Won't take.
Dyed it brown, woke up white again.
Right, so now we've beaten around the bush a little more. Get back to those connections, please.
I might be putting you at risk if I tell you. Are you willing to take that on?
Yes.
Tails, sharp teeth, short-lived, crazy.
And what are your connections exactly?
Was brought up by them.
That would account for your murderous attitude.
Kill or be killed. Convinced yet?
I cut my teeth, shall we say, in Cathay. In Cathay, they are not quite so discreet. In many respects, they are a part of established society.
Really?
Not really.
I find it hard to believe. They don't play well with others.
No, they do not. She scribbles down a note, folds it up, passes it down, and then gives you her full attention. Dark hair.
Draw myself to my full height.
Dark eyes. A tall woman also, but nowhere near as tall as you. So, I find this very interesting. That you should find yourself in the employ of he who should be my opponent. Very interesting. You may have made quite the impassioned plea on your behalf.
She's a sweetheart.
Yes, she is. Without any awareness of what I should like to hear, tell me why you think I should let you free.
Because I'll be out of town soon. I'll be travelling. I'll have Yume's back. And I'm not above repaying favours. You must know that.
No, I do not know that. Not for certain. Especially given your history. That would not make you a reliable individual.
I'm all about survival.
That is my concern.
But I don't lie. I've no reason to.
Scratches herself.
Let's just say you're offering much more appealing work than my current employers.
See, my problem is that I fear that I may be employing someone unreliable, and I also fear I may be employing someone who is already doing exactly the same work that I intend to have completed anyway.
Well, without knowing what that is, I can't tell you.
You are a difficult person to deal with, I think.
Try being me.
I should rather not do that, actually.
I wouldn't recommend it. My life is weird.
None of us have a normal life. There's no such thing. Especially in these times.
Coming to realise that. I was happy on the bloody barge. Worked. It was nice. Ropes. Rigging. I keep getting caught up.
Points at the gentleman. I've seen enough. You can leave now. She ain't be trusted. She might have her hands strapped up behind her back, but she ain't. I'll be fine, thank you very much. Yes, politely. It's his way out. Good. I am interested, but I'm only interested because I fear that you are lacking in direction. Would I be correct?
My direction at the moment is away from them.
My point exactly. She says, my point exactly. So I'm going to make you an offer.
I'm listening.
She says, and it is entirely up to yourself whether you accept it or not. This is not an offer that I am going to present to you with an alternative that is simply unacceptable. So thus you are begrudgingly placed into a position where you have to accept the offer or find yourself imprisoned or hung. No, quite the opposite. I'm going to make you an offer that has an alternative. before we do that, she says, would you like some tea?
I'd love some
She
tea.
gets up. Pour. It should be nicely brewed now. In small, almost like little round dishes.
Mm-hmm.
And it's green.
Is it the kind of thing that one might have in Cathay?
You have no idea.
Like,
are you asking, pardon me?
yeah.
And she says, actually, no. This one is a Nipponese tea.
Mm.
She says, and I'm rather partial to it.
Give it a try.
You can't. You've got your hands behind you.
Oh, yeah. So, how am I going to drink it?
Ah, yes.
Are you okay with me slurping it, or?
No. Rings her bell. yeah. He comes in quite. Nothing's changed. Can you please unlock her?
I can't drink my tea with my hands behind my back. Well, I can, but it'll be messy.
Yes, are you sure? Yes, I'm quite sure. She tried to escape before. I know. Very aware of that. Can you hurry up? I have other meetings to attend to. Yeah. Good to be free.
Well, I'm assuming I don't have my wrist wraps on.
No, you don't.
So the scars are really visible.
Yeah.
At least I've got calluses to pad it. So I sort of rub it.
She smiles. To whom do you worship, if any?
Nominally Ulrich.
You worship Ulrich?
Well,
I doubt Ulrich would like it. He is not one to be worshipped.
Well.
She says, nevertheless, to Ulrich. She says, she pours it on the floor. And then pours herself another one.
Well, it's what we do, isn't it?
And pours you another one.
I'm sure he'll enjoy the tea.
Seems a waste.
Drink. Is it nice? Do I like it?
It's definitely fragrant.
I've had
smells far more than it tastes.
Given what I grew up on, it's fine.
It is. It's fine. Yeah, you've had far worse.
Nice green water, lovely. No warpstone. Whoop.
Pops it down. My father used to be the ambassador to Cathay. To Grand Cathay, more accurately. And when he returned, he got himself into a spot of bother and died. It later became clear that his death was not a simple matter. I eventually, after some significant pressure, found out that there was a certain party involved. I have been investigating that party now for almost a year and a half. I have several agents which are attempting to uncover exactly what it is that they are trying to do. Yes. And I believe that this is a party that you have already crossed.
Do tell.
Which is why I'm concerned that I might be asking you to do something that you are already loosely doing anyway. Nevertheless, it might be nice to consolidate affairs and for you to have a direction, rather than somewhat loosely approaching the world in an ill-fitting fashion that leaves you unsure as to exactly what it is you are or are not doing. This group, she looks at the door, this cult, killed my father.
Okay.
There is no doubt about it.
Do I get to know your name now?
She smiles. We shall see. They not only killed my father, but they killed several other important figures as well. The details don't matter too much just now. Slightly more disturbingly, they were also responsible for several missing people.
Mm-hmm.
In Naum, in Middenheim,
okay.
In Altdorf. Especially in Altdorf.
Mm-hmm.
And just when I felt like I was getting somewhere, having spoken to some rather impressive scholars on the matter, and having sent some impressive individuals off to trace down what we hoped some solid leads, I found myself on the receiving end of an order from the Emperor. to be his representative here in Ubersreik. Not a career choice that I would personally have chosen, but one cannot simply ignore an imperial order.
True.
No matter how much one may wish to do so. So I found myself in a position where I was, let us say, a herald for the Emperor.
Okay. This is all over Birdie's head. She has no idea what any
Clearly.
of this, yeah.
She's explaining it to you.
I know.
Which I found a disturbing coincidence, to say the least. The immediate first thought would be that perhaps the Emperor himself had been somehow influenced.
That wouldn't surprise me.
No. Well, she says, it wouldn't surprise me either. I find myself in a most uncomfortable position because I cannot leave.
It's not that great a
But
place.
others can. Yumi has made it quite clear that she has had a run-in with a cult also.
We all have.
Yes. I believe it to be the same cult. Whilst one is unsure of the exact name of said cult, it appears that the cult of the Purple Hand is not a misnomer.
That chimes with what we came across.
I wish to know exactly what they're doing, and I wish to see them eradicated. It's a rather simple task. So on the one hand, I should like you to continue what you were already doing. But I would add a caveat to that. And that is that you respect that life has meaning. Perhaps not to you, but to your soul.
You haven't been speaking to Father Leopold, have you?
Gosh, I would not speak to him now.
I'm just checking.
And that every innocent life you take is a stain upon your soul that will leave you in a very difficult place later. So, if you are to take on this particular job, I should like your word, your bond, that you shall respect the life of those who are innocent, and not by the letter of the law. No Sigmarite interpretation of this. I wish a Verenian interpretation, a just interpretation, one where you make a proper judgment and against your own
Inclinations?
yes, preferences. Except there are some people you should not kill even if it makes your life easier.
What's the definition of innocent? Just so I'm clear.
I think that is something you need to weigh within your own soul. Because whatever rule I place upon you will be used by yourself to justify things. I would rather you yourself appreciated that life is difficult. And answers are rarely simple. Yumi says that I can trust your judgment, which is why I would prefer that you make the judgment.
Okay.
On the alternative side, I will simply set you free.
It doesn't feel like a direction.
No, of course it wouldn't. Just to be simply set free. The other side is purpose.
Yeah.
And what you might find interesting, what you might find very interesting, is this. Rings. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Can you bring her up, please? Yes, that one. Oh. What's that? More tea.
Yeah, more green water.
I apologise, I don't have any biscuits prepared.
That's all right. This is better than prison fare.
The biscuits don't go with this. But I understand that everyone likes them.
Mm.
Keeps drink. I do feel much better now. And Birdie was right. Birdie, sorry, Yumi was right. You are an interesting individual. I feel that your upbringing must have been very difficult.
I kind of brought myself up. It was mostly about survival.
You hear a, "Let me go! Let me go!" Rather harsh voice. Probably feminine. Female, maybe. Go! Go! Let me go!
Oh.
She smiles. Interesting. And yeah. Here she is. Bring her forward.
Oh no.
Wild-haired woman.
A woman.
Yep.
All right. Okay. I thought that was going to be escape.
Nope.
No! Damn it! Rumbled.
Naked.
Okay.
And there, you can see a purple hand tattoo.
Oh.
An infiltrator. She looks there. We've already attempted to interrogate this one. It proved to be somewhat more difficult than yourself. She wasn't willing to give anything away. Not using conventional means, at least. This is why I think you might be interested in joining our side of things. Isn't that right? No! No! Looks at her. Keep her held tight, please. Like yourself.
I recognise the turn of phrase.
But unlike you, she has a very different master. An infiltrator.
Who does she report to?
Exactly. Someone up here. Not here, per se. This one was taken from Altdorf.
Mm-hmm.
We're not getting anything from her, unfortunately. Not anything useful. But she works below.
I wonder if we share a master.
She manipulates below. You do not share a master. Her master is far darker. Ruinous.
Oh, say no more then.
She. Yet, seems entirely naturalized to what would be her way of life. Is not a member of this particular cult that I would like you to look into. Because it is not simply trying to manipulate things above.
Oh no.
It's trying to manipulate things below.
That wouldn't surprise me.
And it goes, no, 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 no! It's hard to think of her as a her. Not true! Not true! Lies! 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 Truth not! Truth not!
Can I speak to her in Quakish?
Of course you can.
Basically.
You need to roll.
Yeah. Calm down. Chill.
Looks at you having spoken Quakish. As she says, that's what I was looking for. You, my dear, have been most useful. Take it away. No! No, 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 no! Dragged out. So you can talk the language.
Well,
Very good.
To be honest, I never thought to mention it. I grew up there, of course I do. Sorry, I would have mentioned it sooner.
Can. So, she is the first that we've discovered of what appears to be a somewhat orchestrated plan by this particular group. I'll admit my motivations are somewhat base. They killed my father.
Revenge is as good a motivation as any.
I find it quite hot and pure.
I can understand that. I can respect it even.
So, what do you think?
At the risk of sounding petty, appreciate you're gonna. I get my life regardless.
Of course.
What happens if we're successful? What then?
Well, there'll be an awful lot of debt. And she smiles. Which is why I wish to employ you.
Death I can do.
But it does mean that you're going to almost certainly have to return to your masters.
Inevitably.
And that is the choice you're truly making.
I never really left them. They don't let me.
Well, of course, they are not omnipotent. You'll find a way to get away eventually. You're clever.
I just did. But I can get back in. It's not a problem.
And that is what I'm asking you to do.
As long as you give me a way out at the end. I've been trying to get free for...
If everything works according to plan, you'll have a complete pardon for all of your crimes. And you'll be as free as any of us are.
From them?
As free as any of us are. One can never be certain, can one? So I trust you agree.
Yeah, seems reasonable.
Well, that being the case, you have a very interesting conversation to have with your peers.
Now do I get to know your name?
Yes, of course. She says, my name is Lady Emmanuel Nacht.
Does that ring a bell?
Only if it rings a bell.
It rings a bell for Kath. A little bit.
Her name has popped up every once in a
It
while.
has.
Yes,
it has. I've heard it a few times. And it's interesting that she thinks the Emperor's being manipulated, because that ties in with what we were thinking.
Do you have any questions?
I've got a cheeky one.
Of course. There's no such thing as a cheeky question when lives are at stake.
I'm going to need to replace some of my kit I lost on the way here. I know it's base, but...
She smiles.
Needs
there are certain things that I can do with ease and certain things that I cannot. That is not particularly difficult for me. She says, other things are more difficult. I wish there to be no connection between you and I.
Fine. How do you want me to communicate with you?
That is more difficult. There are various routes that one could take, but all of them are compromised in one fashion or another. Because there are people involved who have their own motivations, and some of whom one can never be certain are definitely on your side. For example, the good lady that you went with today. She is on their side.
Right. Interesting.
Yes.
And yet you keep her close. I suppose that makes sense.
What better way to see what extremes they will go to when they're being monitored?
Interesting.
She seems, normally, somewhat sensible. Though matters somewhat went beyond our expectation here.
She was very focused on the goal. She chose to bring me here rather than go after Rykart.
That concerns me also. Particularly if you were considered to be more important than him, or whether that is coincidence. Who can say?
I don't know. I just assumed she was being fanatical.
So, I shall give you 3 pigeons.
Okay.
They will come to me if they are required. You, of course, will be on your own recognizance. I am specifically interested in what they are trying to do below, because this is something that I cannot approach. Now, you might not be in a position to find out any of that for some time. Time might be on our side, it might not. We don't know.
Okay.
I'm also specifically interested as to ranking figures. Who they are and where they come from. If they were the 2 points of focus I would ask you to look at, I would be pleased if you replied to them. Resources? You can make your own, I'm sure. Says, I don't require to give you any, but I will ensure that you are properly kitted to ensure that you can step forward. You have some significant advantages over many others. Tall, you're beautiful, and you're resourceful.
It's kept me alive this long.
Might I suggest that you learn to very carefully deploy your tongue?
Birdie takes a moment, thinks it through. Oh, right. Speaking with you.
Yes. You could be formidable, but you are prone to reacting.
Upbringing.
It is time for you to take a firm grip of the reins and take control. One can't have a direction if one is not steering.
Fair point.
Good, she says. Any other questions?
Probably loads, but I'll be honest, I'm a little bit stunned by
yeah.
this whole turn of events.
That is how these things sometimes turn out.
Yeah.
You are going to have to be snuck out, of course.
Of course.
You will be going through the sewers.
That's fine.
That seems to be the best way of getting you back out of here. Although I'm a little concerned about exactly what is down there. It might be better just sneaking you out in a cart. No, I don't like what's down there. Let's sneak you out in a cart instead.
Fine.
In fact, I might have a different alternative plan, depending upon your own preferences towards these things. The good General von Dabenink is somewhat lonely.
Ah.
If you were to make him less lonely, it would give you a very good reason for being here.
And then a perfectly good reason to leave.
Yes.
Can you attire me appropriately?
How quickly do you think you'll be leaving afterwards?
We're not planning on staying long. We're having a camper bed.
You're intending on staying for as long as it takes for Gerhardt to come back.
So
you're already a little bit concerned they might have just gone, but you don't think they'll leave you behind. But they don't know where you are.
A few days.
Yumi probably does.
Maybe. I'm not. Well, if not,
Soonish, probably.
Soon, I would imagine.
Then, she says, because the general is causing some issues. She passes over a small pouch. Slip it into his beer.
You want it to look like an accident?
No. It won't take effect for 3 days.
Oh, okay. I take it he's not innocent then?
No. No, he is not. Indeed, if we're not careful, he will take us all to war. And anything that holds that off for a few months is, I think, worthwhile. As we say, we all have to deal with our own moral position.
You know I have no problem with this.
Yes, but should you? Is this where you're supposed to refuse me?
I have a headache.
Well, perhaps you can make a decision regardless. These are your reins to control. Are you the sort of person that simply slips things into other people's food when they may be innocent? Who are you?
Maybe I need to meet him first.
Birdie.
I don't know.
Well, perhaps it's time for you to decide.
Let me meet him.
Well, that won't be hard. I'll get you a nice frock.
Thank you.
General von Daberning. Let's sum him up. One word, in fact, will pretty much sum up the puff-chest man that he is. Boor. Pretty much him in a nutshell. A self-important little man with all of the power but none of the power. General von Daberning took Ubersreik. He didn't. She did. General von Daberning runs Ubersreik, except he doesn't. He just goes from place to place, puffing his chest up. She runs Ubersreik. General von Daberning doesn't like it and is constantly looking to extend his influence by boasting about things. He's that kind of guy.
Yeah.
He is not the brightest man in the world. he is one of the more loud men in the world, and definitely boastful. You want to sum up his character in a few pithy phrases? It's pretty easy because he's almost a stereotype. He's very much a representation of what many people don't like in the imperial nobility. He's not callous and cruel. That would make it easy. He's just small, dim, and reactionary. Doesn't like Nacht. He doesn't like the Jungfrauds. He doesn't like the Saponateams. He doesn't like a lot of... He loves the Emperor. And talking with him is a little bit like talking to a puppy in some respects. A dog. And by that I mean his responses are easy to guess before they come. You shake him, he's a happy little pal. You talk about the things he likes, he's happy. You talk about things he doesn't like, he's angry. He is definitely not evil. Is he? Not evil, but he's... It would be fair to describe him as someone who will be vengeful and will try to do whatever he can to look bigger than he is, because he's not a big man.
There's a lot of them around. If I went around murdering all of them, I'd have my hand. That'd be a full-time job.
Quite. So
ultimately,
the question from this particular one is, does Birdie slip him?
This is the thing. Birdie...
Who is Birdie?
Well, Birdie has grown up with the sneakiest, weirdest people.
Mm-hmm.
And anything and everything can be a test.
Yes, exactly.
I work on the principle if she wants him dead, there are a million different ways of doing it.
Correct.
And I am very, very noticeable.
Mm-hmm.
So I will spend a pleasant evening with him.
Pleasant evening.
Not the first time, not the last time she's had to do that.
To sum up your pleasant evening, is quite the boastful grunter. Take that as you will.
At least it's over quick.
Yeah, it's surprisingly quick. And he is quite convinced that it was earth-shaking for you. He's that kind of guy.
The earth moved, darling. The earth moved.
It just? I do have one question. Are you going to present yourself as a Middenlander lass, or are we going to up it a little bit and go, well, no, I want to speak a little bit more up here?
We're definitely going to be more high-class courtesan.
After all, you do have etiquette nobles.
I have a range of accents at my disposal.
Exactly.
Well, Birdie does, Kath doesn't.
Well, you've got that one at least.
Well, yes. But, no. I think it's only fair that he should have the right class of hooker.
Absolutely. I do approve. I
hope he pays well.
He doesn't, because he's exactly that kind of guy. He expects others to have dealt with that sort of stuff. He doesn't even think about it.
Is he a deep sleeper?
He is a pretty deep sleeper.
She didn't say anything about stealing.
No, not at all.
I am going to rifle through his pockets and help myself.
So there is one thing that is particularly interesting. He carries no cash. That's bad. He does, however, carry two things that may be of interest. Number one, it's a signet ring. Pardon me. A signet ring, which is presumably some form of...
Probably very important, and he'll probably miss it.
And his patents of nobility, which are just sitting over there on his frickin' desk. Wow. They're just there. He's a slightly littler man than you thought, in that he doesn't even hold a title. It's why he's probably in the state army as a general, attempting to up his position. His rank is literally general. That is his title. And his patents and nobility are there. You could take them.
What would I do with them, though?
I don't know. I'm just saying you could.
I can't spend them.
Nope, you can't.
And I don't think Gerhardt could pass as him.
No, this guy is a good 6'2" worth of enormous chest and a huge moustache and slightly balding head.
However, it might really inconvenience him.
It very well might. But it will also be relatively obvious it was you who probably took it.
No, I wasn't thinking about taking it. I was thinking about tipping a candle over on it as I was leaving.
That is utterly fine. Half burning it as well.
Yeah. If he catches it in time, it'll just be very waxy. If it gets kind of charred, those ribbons might catch.
Ah, dear, what a shame.
I
Poor old
know.
General von Dabernink. He is very much of this ilk. Do I even need to talk? I mean, that pretty much is his character
Say
in a nutshell.
no more.
Well, you know how it is. Well, you know, I was personally responsible for taking the entire town by myself. You know, we just walked in, we took it all.
And
Yes.
I do my best.
He
Really?
is happy to boast 4 hours. You've done a very good job in keeping him happy. You will be taken back by coach down to the docks. A good place for someone of your ilk to be.
Am I wearing something more than a towel this time?
You certainly are. You are wearing an upper class dress this time. Because Birdie can't come back wearing normal clothes that she would normally wear. You've got yourself a full set of Reiklander noble clothes.
Did they give me my kit back as well?
You're going to be it will already be at the boat, delivered in a nice little package with everything that hopefully you shall require, and a nice little note saying that you from on the top saying you did extraordinarily well. E.
Smashing. Is there any cash in there? She didn't give me any money.
She didn't give you money. She gave you kit.
Ah,
She
that'll
already
do.
said she wouldn't give you funds.
Yeah, that's fine.
But she did give you kit.
That's absolutely fine.
And with that, Birdie arrives back at the barge, having already had delivery sent on her behalf from Emmanuel Nacht, the herald of the Emperor himself in Ubersreik. And she has spent an interesting evening, not just with General von Dabernink, but with Emmanuel Nacht herself, and has apparently found herself employed to hunt down the Purple Hand, a cult that not only is infiltrating above the city, but apparently is infiltrating underneath as well, something that the good herald has absolutely no way, until now, of delving into. And with that, we say goodbye.
Bye.